So on to the important part. My house. My house is old. Around 90 to 100 years old. It's the oldest remaining building in my rural area, besides the general store, which isn't operational. I couldn't give you a complete background for this house and its owner's history, as I don't know it. What I can tell you is that this was my grandparents' home before it was passed to me, and both of my grandparents died here. Mama passed in the guest bedroom, the bedroom at the time, and Papa passed in the living room. The hospice bed would only fit in this room. I know that makes for strange circumstances, but they were both natural deaths. I quote because they were both rather nasty natural deaths, one from cancer and the other from pneumonia. So no malice or foul play, as far as they are concerned, but not peaceful either. I'm honestly starting to think this house is haunted, or at least has something supernatural happening. I do not have the means to capture video or quality pictures, but I can at least tell you what I've seen and experienced, and maybe you can give me some advice. First, I started noticing this mist outside one of the living room windows. It's always the same window, but it isn't consistent. Like I couldn't plan a recording because it isn't always at a certain time or day. I've seen it 3 or 4 times now. At first, I tried to explain this away as the neighbour's washing machine. Ours does this. But their washer's on the wrong side of the house. There's no way the mist could carry that far, and there's a 6-foot fence between their house and the area where the mist appears. It can't be our wash, because again, wrong side of the house and too far away. So I thought, maybe it could be smoke from the neighbour's wood stove drifting since the smoke funnel is close enough. But when I checked, there was no smoke coming out. The way the mist moves is odd too. It's low to the ground, only about 4 foot high in total, so it's very easy to miss. But it doesn't move like a wash mist or smoke. It almost looks like a cloud being pulled on a string. It moves as one mass, very quickly. Second, I have 2 doors that go into my bathroom. One in the walk-in closet of my bedroom, and one that leads in from the washroom, mudroom entryway, right next to the front door on the adjacent wall. I can open one of the doors, and the other will open. Doesn't matter which, the opposite one will open. I could easily explain this away with loose latches, wallowed out latch holes, but the thing is, I can close the doors. Not locked, just pulled closed. And I cannot push them open once closed. There's no handle turning, no rustle noises, just opening silently. If I lock them, they don't open. But I can sometimes hear a thump on each of the doors. Almost like someone trying to open a door, realizing it's locked, then trying the other. Third, I can hear footsteps, and so can my husband. I can hear them in the bedroom and the attic. Usually, and most commonly, I will hear them in the attic. I can be sitting in the living room and hear what sounds like footsteps just above me, right about where my chandelier sits. It feels like I'm being watched, and it's super creepy. One day my husband and I both heard what sounded like 3 or 4 heavy footsteps, like how a workbook sounds, just above us. It was crystal clear and scary enough that we thought someone broke in. Without going into detail of my house layout, just know that this isn't an impossibility, and has happened in the past, because the ladder to the attic is in a screened-in porch adjoined to the house, and the door into the screened-in porch doesn't look, and neither does the pull-down door to the attic ladder. However, the door between the house and the porch does. He went up there with a gun and flashlight in hand, and there was nothing, not even a stray squirrel or bird. Sometimes I can hear them follow me around up there. If I leave the living room and go to the bedroom to grab something or change, etc., I can hear the thumps above me in the room I walked into. Only a couple of times have I heard them in the room with me. Footsteps a few feet from me, and only in the bedroom, the room that my grandpa slept in. My grandparents slept in separate rooms. The one that was his is now where my husband and I sleep. I've never heard them on the ground floor anywhere else. Fourth and last, there are unexplainable noises. These vary vastly and are not consistent. Twice we heard what sounded like 3 knocks, like how you would knock on a door. On the window of our room, or possibly the window of our walk-in closet. The windows are not far apart, and in the dark when trying to sleep, it can be difficult to accurately place sound locations, lol. Again, crystal clear and scary enough that my husband turned on his table lamp, threw on some shorts, grabbed the gun and a flashlight. All of this in, say, a minute max due to how everything is set up and where everything is. But probably less than that since he was pissed thinking someone was outside. He went out ready to confront someone, but there was no one anywhere to be seen, and there really are no places to hide. We have a chain link fence, and while it would be possible to climb over it and scuttle out of sight, it would be quite noisy and difficult in the dark. A flashlight could be seen easily, so I'd rule that out. We usually leave our gate open so someone could easily just walk out of the yard, but you would have been seeing them going down the road at least, and there was nothing. This one especially scares me. I can't completely rule out this is some horrible prank, but I don't find that to be the most plausible answer either. We sometimes hear what sounds like items falling in other rooms. A couple times, I've heard what sounds like some of my dishes falling to the floor in the kitchen, only to go in there and find that nothing's been moved or broken. Sometimes it'll sound like some of my items in the spare bedroom or game room, what used to be my grandmother's bedroom, have slid off their shelves. Or it'll sound like the TV in there has come on. It makes a startup noise, similar to an old Windows boot-up noise, only to find that it's still off. Lots of little things like that happen almost daily. The last weird noise was one that hasn't happened in a while. My husband uses an old 1994 Toyota long bed truck that used to be my grandfather's. My dad gifted it to him because I love that truck and have a ton of memories with my papa in it. The passenger side door handle is broken on the outside, so he has to open the door from the inside for me to get in. Well, if you grab the handle on the outside, it makes a very distinct rattle noise. One night, as we were starting to drift off to sleep, we heard that distinct sound. We thought someone was trying to break into the truck. They wouldn't have found much, but that's not the point. My husband didn't own a gun at that point, so he grabbed a knife from the dresser top. It's still dark in the house at this point. He isn't turning on the light in the hopes that whoever it is won't run off. He quietly creeps through the closet, opens the door to the bathroom, opens the last door between the bathroom and entry, and peeks outside. He can't see anything, so he turns on the outside light. There's nothing there. No one around. Someone could easily have opened the other door, and probably would have tried at least, and could have gotten into the truck. There were no footprints, no sign of entry into the truck, nothing missing. The handle was in the correct spot. By this, I mean, remember it's broken? If you lift up on it, sometimes it can stuck in an open position. It was just really strange. We know what we heard. It's a very distinct sound, and I've never heard anything that comes close to it. For some background, I live in an old 2-story house in the middle of a small town with my mom and her parents. And I've always joked with my mom that it's haunted because of how eerie it looks at night. Multiple rooms in the basement, most of which we haven't been in yet, etc. Note, I'm still a little freaked out by what happened. I'm sorry if I repeat certain words or phrases too much. So, anyways, I was just about to take my meds for the night, so I walked into the bathroom to fill up a bottle of water. My bedroom is one of 3 upstairs. Mine is parallel to the other 2, and the bathroom is at the end of the hallway. The only light was the one coming from the bathroom, which we always keep on. The rest of the hall was pitch dark. So I walk in, fill up my water, and decide to wash my hands. All of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, I see someone walk into the room. I flinch, because I didn't hear them come in, but I figured it was my mom or grandmother. Considering they don't have a great sense of privacy, I assumed they came in for whatever weird reason. But as I took another look in the doorway, a weird shaped figure about half the size of me, covered in what looked like a bedsheet, I know, cliche, right? Holding something in its hand, almost like a post-it note or a letter. I only saw it for about half a second, and then it faded away like smoke. I froze in place for a second, my hands still drenched in soap and water, and then bolted for my mom's room, not taking any consideration for how loud or disruptive I might seem. I was scared shitless, to say the least. I still kind of am. I just can't shake the fact that whatever I just saw, or whatever I just think I saw, gave me a physical reaction. In the midst of writing all this, I wanted to delete it all, in worry that I was overreacting. But you all might not believe some timid 14-year-old, understandably so. So I guess this post has no purpose besides something to ease my mind. I love writing, and letting things out like this is my biggest coping mechanism. I bought my first house in 2003, and I was over the moon. Shortly after moving in, two of my neighbours began joking with me about the ghosts in my house. Well, I thought they were joking, so I just played along, pretending I'd seen one, and it was no big deal. As time went on that summer, I met more and more of my neighbours, and they all brought up the same topic. Finally, an elderly woman on the block who was quite kind and friendly told me a story after I'd asked her. I knew she wasn't going to screw with my head, which is why I asked her in the first place. Turns out, the previous owner purchased the home and never lived there because she said it was haunted. Sounds in the night of footsteps and sobbing, and glimpses of a man sitting in the kitchen covered in blood. One of my neighbours helped with the renovations of the house, and said that he was putting up drywall when he felt something lift up his dreadlocks. Though I've had paranormal experiences before, it had been years, and by then I just chalked it up to night terrors. One day I went to a small neighbourhood video store to rent a movie. I had to fill out a form with my demographic data and my credit card info. The owner of the store looked at the form and said, "Oh my god, you live in that house?" I asked her what she meant, and she explained that her former employee had committed suicide in my house. She came to the house as soon as she'd heard, but the house had been taped off by police as a potential crime scene. She told me that he had just moved into the house with his partner, and called his mom because he wanted to invite her over to meet his partner and come out to her. This was in the early 90s when being gay was a big deal. His mother already knew he was gay because he bought a house with a man and disowned him right over the phone. That same week, he received a letter from a HIV testing centre stating that he'd tested positive. This is when HIV was a death sentence. He then sat at the kitchen table, ate a bowl of cereal, and shot himself in the head with a revolver. Since then, she's had multiple paranormal experiences in the store, with videos flying off shelves and even levitating off of them. The most I've experienced is sounds at night. Sounds of Cheerios being poured into a bowl. I don't eat cereal. And sounds of sobbing in the kitchen. I often awaken to both. I remember my grandmother saying, "When the dead come to you, they want something. Perform an act of charity in their name and pray for them." So I did. I sat down at the kitchen table one night and lit a candle, and told him that each night I would recite a novena prayer for him before I lit candle. On the 9th night of the first novena, to St. Anthony, patron saint of lost souls, I heard uncontrollable sobbing. I felt a strong presence of grief and despair, and the sound of hyperventilating breathing, as though someone couldn't catch the breath. I sat in the presence of this knowing it was not malignant, but rather a connection of intimacy and compassion of which he was in need. For 45 days, I said a novena prayer before I lit candle for his soul, and had a mass said in his name. A few times I had awakened to feel his presence standing over my bed, but knew it was not a malignant presence. This still happens from time to time, but less and less frequently. From the 4th to the end of 5th grade, roughly, I lived in an apartment building. It wasn't all that nice, and it was very crowded, but we didn't live there for that long. Now, that the backstory is out of the way, my friend who lived 2 floors down, we'll call her Effie, would come over a lot and we would go exploring around the halls. It was a super quiet building, despite all the people packed in, so Effie and I would take off our shoes and walk around the halls, knocking on doors and running or stupid kid things like that. One day we came across a hall we'd never seen before. that led to an emergency staircase. There was a heavy metal door with a small glass window. Right in the corner there was a small circular dent that spiderwebbed outward, as if someone had tried to shoot through it. Creepy as hell already. So Effie and I heaved the door open with our tiny 9 and 11-year-old noodle arms and examined it. Just as we get into this pitch black staircase, we hear this blood-curdling, inhuman shriek, and we hightailed it out of there. The door slammed shut and we ran back to my place. The next day we brought a tape recorder and some flashlights. We opened the door as quietly as we could and waited. There wasn't a sound. We looked at the window from the inside, and it really did look like a bullet hole. Just before I was about to say something fell from the very top of the staircase and shattered at the bottom. That sound was followed by another shriek and loud pounding footsteps. We ran again and didn't go back. A few days later, Effie and I were walking around our building, and I asked her about the tape recorder. She said she thought her mum threw it away because she couldn't find it. Literally at that exact moment, we heard a clatter, and just a few feet ahead, the smashed tape recorder was on the ground, dropped from the balcony of the highest apartments. We both looked up, and there was a very brief, we would have missed it if we'd waited a moment longer, flash of a face in the sliding glass door. My mother once told me that flies were Satan's messengers, but I didn't quite understand what she meant. Until I was faced with an event that showed me how true that statement was. When my son was very young, his father Mike and I worked for a real estate company as head maintenance and painting in the desert of Palmdale, California. We were having problems with some tenants at our apartment stealing tools and equipment from our garage. So the owner of the company we worked for told us that there was a small house at the edge of town that needed some work and cleaning up. He said the prior tenants up and left after 2 years without saying a word, leaving everything behind inside the house, the garage and in the back of the property. All we had to do was throw away some trash, some minor repairs and some painting. By the time we were done, he said that there was a unit becoming available behind Mike's parents, and we could have it. We were excited to get out of the hellhole we were in, and even though we would be working during our stay there, it was a great place for our dogs to run. It happened pretty quick. No sooner did our things go into storage, our boss was calling us to go out there. The house was old and sat back from the road. There was one lonely street light shining in front, and had a large construction dumpster placed on the side of the property. It took us a while to make the place habitable at best. I told Mike, wow, the former tenants really did leave everything behind, from food on the stove to clothes in the closets. They must have been in some hurry, but at least they left some nice furniture. The first couple of weeks were different. You know, all the creaks of an old house kind of different. But the longer we stayed, the clearer it was why the tenants left as abruptly as they did. My son Cody's room was right across from ours, and sometimes in the middle of the night, he would start groaning. I would go in, only to find his legs over the foot of his bed, him still asleep, and the blanket on the floor. I just figured he wiggled down, so I would tuck him back in bed. One morning, he was sitting in the kitchen eating a bowl of cereal, while I was fixing the drawer, and he started telling me about this little boy in his room. I thought he was talking about a dream. He looked dead in my face and insisted it was real. You see, my son had a very active imagination, and he talked to everything, even his shoes, so this was not unusual to me, so I didn't think about it too much. There were a few things going on that I couldn't explain. Strange things, but not scary at that time. I woke up with small red circles the size of a nickel on the upper part of my arms that later turned into bruises, and Mike had scratches down his back that he didn't even know were there. I think because we were so focused on getting this house and property done, we weren't really paying attention to anything that might be paranormal. Plus, Mike did not believe in that sort of thing at all. Later that week, I was up early painting the French doors, separating the living room from the hall to the bedrooms, when my son came out of his room, crying. I rushed over and picked him up, and brought him over to the couch to calm him down and find out what was wrong. I thought maybe he just had a bad dream, but this cry was different. Between skips of each breath, he told me the boy in his room got big and turned into a monster. He was grabbing his foot, so I looked down, and what I saw was humanly impossible. The end of his sock was twisted so hard that it was stiff and hard to pull off his foot. His big toe was purple, and there was a small cut where the other toenail dug into it. I was really surprised it wasn't broken. Oh my gosh, it was scary. There was no way, no matter what Mike said, was I going to let him sleep in that room anymore. All doubt was gone. There was something in that house, and I had to stay on my guard. I called my mother and told her what happened, because she knew a lot more about this stuff than I did. And she told me to go out and get some sage and salt and cleanse the house as soon as possible. So I did. Later that day, despite Mike making fun of me, I cleansed every room and we got ready for bed. Mike on one side, me on the other, and Cody in the middle. 20 minutes after falling asleep, it felt like a slap on my cheek with a voice that screamed, "Wake up!" in my ear. I sat straight up, then hit Mike and told him to get up. He grumbled a minute and opened his eyes wide. The whole house was vibrating. At first we thought it was an earthquake, but it didn't stop. It was a pulsing vibration. Even the chain of the ceiling fan was moving. The logical thought was maybe it was pipes under the house. But the pipes were located at the other end of the house, and the house was on a cement slab. And the water heater was outside. Just then, Mike jumped up, grabbing the bat next to the bed, and ran out of the room, scaring the crap out of me. He said that he saw the reflection of a deformed face in the glass of the French doors in the living room, so he thought it was an intruder. He came back, confused, and sat on the end of the bed. That night we laid there, feeling the house shake and moan until we fell asleep. The next morning Mike was talking with a friend on the phone, and the first thing out of his friend's mouth was, maybe the house was haunted. He gave me a look, like perhaps there might be something to this paranormal thing. A week passed, and needless to say that we were on the edge, but the house was almost done. Only the garage and property were left to do. It was Sunday, and my mother, who had my other 5 kids for the summer, thought she would make the trip over the hill to see us on their way back from church. She said that the closer they got, the more she had the feeling of dread take over her. When they arrived, the kids flooded from the van, gave kisses and hugs, then ran out back to play with the dogs. My mother and eldest sister came in and sat down in the living room. Everything was fine, but this look came over my mother's face. She said, "Do you smell something? It smells like something dead." I didn't at the time, but the smell eventually took over the whole house, and flies started showing up in droves. We didn't know where they were coming from. Mike looked all around for a dead rodent or something, but there was no reason for it. We closed all the vents and windows, but they kept coming and completely covering the ceiling, and halfway down the walls like a thick fog. Mom said that whatever was in that house didn't want them there. You see, my mother was very spiritual, and people often referred to her as a beacon of light, and I felt like maybe she was right about it, not wanting her there. But before she could get up, cut the visit short, her eyes got heavy, and she felt drained. She said that she didn't understand what was wrong with herself, and my sister couldn't drive, so my mother went to lay down in the van for a bit. In the meantime, the kids came in, and after the initial shock of seeing the living room and kitchen taken over by flies, we made a game of it. We took the shop vac and a vacuum and sucked the flies right out of the air and off the ceiling. I remember filling up 2 bags and half a canister with flies. It started to get late, and I knew that my mother wanted to get on the road before dark, so I sent my sister out to the van to go get her. Mom walked up the driveway slowly, stopping a few times along the way. When she came in, she just said that she couldn't make that long drive, feeling the way she did. So I made some food and told her and my sister to sleep in my room, and the rest of us hunkered down with sleeping bags in the living room, occasionally getting up in the night to kill flies. Nobody wanted to sleep in my son's room, that's for sure. The next morning, after a restless night for all of us, I asked my mother to take my youngest son with them, not only for his safety, but so that we could finish this job and get out of there. I thought he'd be upset leaving me, but he was happy to get out of there. I didn't blame him one bit. The most surprising thing was that 30 minutes after they pulled out of the driveway, every fly in the house went away, leaving not one behind. My mom called after that they got home, and she said that it didn't surprise her. The work around the house was coming to an end, thanks to a few friends reluctantly coming over to help, so all that was left was the outside and the garage. On this day, my friend Bonnie and her boyfriend came over to help. She heard so many stories that curiosity got the best of her, having studied the occult. We were working in the garage and the guys were working outside. The garage was packed with dust, covered boxes, and random junk was all over the place, and there was a thick layer of desert sand and dirt on the floor. It felt dark and ominous in there. Despite it being the middle of summer, it was noticeably cool as well, which we didn't mind at all. After we got all of the boxes out, we started pulling things off the shelves. There must have been around 12 glass jars, various sizes, with brown liquid in them, and something floating inside them that we couldn't figure out what it was. The lids were sealed with red and black wax, and what looked like hair was wrapped around the lid. I told her to just put them down and finish cleaning so we could get out of here. So she climbed on the workbench and started emptying the cabinets while I swept the floor. It looked like there was paint on the ground underneath all that dirt. Just then, she said, "Ew." I stopped sweeping and went over to where she was to see what she was referring to. She asked me to give her a flashlight and she started pulling out some pretty weird things. A crow's beak, a chicken claw, a bottle cap with what looked like brownish red dried ink, and a long feather writing quill, and some human teeth. Ew. I told her to toss that stuff and went on sweeping. As I was looking down, and it looked like the floor was moving, so I asked her to toss me the flashlight. When I lit up the floor, it was maggots all over where I was standing, so I screamed and jumped on a stool. Well, my scream startled her, so she jerked and knocked over one of the jars and it went crashing down where I was sweeping, and the liquid washed away some of the dirt, revealing a pentagram painted on the floor, and what looked like some sort of animal embryo came out of the broken jar. The hair on my arm raised, and we both ran the hell out so fast, and we refused to go back in there. We worked in the yard and left the garage and everything in it up to the guys. We never slept in the house after that day. We stayed at Bonnie's mother's house and moved into our new place a few weeks later. Thank you for reading. Just a little side note, as my son, who is 25 now, was reading this, he said that he remembers those times, despite being so young. Years later, the kids all remembered sucking flies from the air, but they never remembered why. I grew up in a small town. My house was one of the oldest ones in the town. We lived right beside 3 sets of train tracks. Growing up, I always heard voices. My friend heard them too in my house. They weren't regular voices, it's hard to explain. But if she didn't hear them with me, I would have passed it off as my imagination. It was only words here and there, but they came across like a dream. We heard them, but we knew they weren't there. Like a fast car zooming by. It was always a man, and we never knew what exactly he was saying. It was a regular occurrence when I was growing up that stuff would fly off the back of the toilet and hit the opposite wall in our bathroom. My mum finally told them to shut up, and it stopped. When I was about 12, my parents and my brother went to my brother's hockey game at the local arena. I stayed at home and had a bath. Our bathroom was on the left of a hallway, with the washer and dryer on the right, and a door leading to an old office room that had stairs going to the basement. As I was having my bath, I heard heavy boot steps come up the stairs towards the back door. All of a sudden they stopped. And then they were outside of the bathroom door, and it sounded like something either kicked or punched the washing machine. It was loud. I was so scared I got dressed and ran away to a friend's house without leaving a note. I got used to the big guy and found out through his silhouette there was a woman in the house as well. She's not nice and hangs around the stairs. Even now, at 31 years of age, if I go up the stairs at my parents' house, I always have this horrible feeling that someone is behind me and wants to pull me down. I've never had that feeling anywhere else. My nephew is autistic and would talk to the ghosts. When my nephew was 4, he told my mom that the man's name is Sonny and that Sonny watches us. He told her that if we wanted to see Sonny, we would have to go down to the basement and dig. Sonny died falling on the train tracks. He doesn't like the woman and won't go up the stairs alone, so I don't know much about her, other than she is not nice. I grew up in a small town. My house was one of the oldest ones in the town. We live right beside 3 sets of train tracks. Growing up, I always heard voices. My friend heard them too in my house. They weren't regular voices. It's hard to explain. But if she didn't hear them with me, I would have passed it off as my imagination. It was only words here and there, but they came across like a dream. We heard them, but we knew they weren't there, like a fast car zooming by. It was always a man, and we never knew what exactly he was saying. It was a regular occurrence when I was growing up that stuff would fly off the back of the toilet and hit the opposite wall in our bathroom. My mom finally told them to shut up, and it stopped. When I was about 12, my parents and my brother went to my brother's hockey game at the local arena. I stayed at home and had a bath. Our bathroom was on the left of a hallway, with the washer and dryer on the right, and a door leading to an old office room that had stairs going to the basement. As I was having my bath, I heard heavy boot steps come up the stairs towards the back door. All of a sudden they stopped. And then they were outside of the bathroom door, and it sounded like something either kicked or punched the washing machine. It was loud. I was so scared I got dressed and ran away to a friend's house without leaving a note. I got used to the big guy and found out through his silhouette there was a woman in the house as well. She's not nice and hangs around the stairs. Even now, at 31 years of age, if I go up the stairs at my parents' house, I always have this horrible feeling that someone is behind me and wants to pull me down. I've never had that feeling anywhere else. My nephew is autistic and would talk to the ghosts. When my nephew was 4, he told my mom that the man's name is Sonny and that Sonny watches us. He told her that if we wanted to see Sonny, we would have to go down to the basement and dig. Sonny died falling on the train tracks. He doesn't like the woman and won't go up the stairs alone, so I don't know much about her, other than she is not nice. So this one isn't actually a story of one of my ghosts, but another one in another house. One of my oldest friends grew up in a house that apparently used to be a funeral home. She lived just a few houses down from mine, and it was very haunted. There was even a brick on the house that said, "Dead House." It was there for as long as we can remember, so we don't know when it was written or who wrote it. Anywho, I spent the night one night. We were maybe 13 or 14 years old. She had 2 younger brothers. One was maybe 4 or 5 at the time, and the other was 2. We'd just woken up and we were just laying in bed, kind of talking, being lazy. We could hear her 2 younger brothers downstairs, being typical noisy kids. We heard a female voice say, "Shh, you need to be quiet," and the boys went quiet. We figured her mom was downstairs with them, so we didn't think anything of it. A few minutes later, her mom walks in and asks us if we told the boys to be quiet. We told her no. We thought it was her. It wasn't her. We all just kind of went quiet, and her mom left the room and went downstairs.
While this story is short and there isn't much to it, when we all realised that there was a woman downstairs talking to the boys, that everyone in the house heard speak and actually made the boys quiet down, it's always stuck with me. Like I said in my last post, we heard voices in my house, but they were always very quick and we could never understand exactly what was said. This voice was clear as day and loud enough to be heard in 2 rooms on another floor, like there was a living person there with them. In the end, it was nothing more than chilling. So this one isn't actually a story of one of my ghosts, but another one in another house. One of my oldest friends grew up in a house that apparently used to be a funeral home. She lived just a few houses down from mine, and it was very haunted. There was even a brick on the house that said "Dead House." It was there for as long as we can remember, so we don't know when it was written or who wrote it. Anywho, I spent the night one night. We were maybe 13 or 14 years old. She had 2 younger brothers, one was maybe 4 or 5 at the time, and the other was 2. We'd just woken up and we were just laying in bed, kind of talking, being lazy. We could hear her 2 younger brothers downstairs, being typical noisy kids. We heard a female voice say, "Shh, you need to be quiet," and the boys went quiet. We figured her mom was downstairs with them, so we didn't think anything of it. A few minutes later, her mom walks in and asks us if we told the boys to be quiet. We told her no. We thought it was her. It wasn't her. We all just kind of went quiet, and her mom left the room and went downstairs. While this story is short and there isn't much to it, when we all realised that there was a woman downstairs talking to the boys, that everyone in the house heard speak and actually made the boys quiet down, it's always stuck with me. Like I said in my last post, we heard voices in my house, but they were always very quick and we could never understand exactly what was said. This voice was clear as day and loud enough to be heard in 2 rooms on another floor, like there was a living person there with them. In the end, it was nothing more than chilling. Late last night, around 11 PM, my family and I returned home from the Lake District. We live on the southern coast of England. We had a pet sitter tend to our pets while we were gone, including my black cat. When we got home, he greeted me with cuddles and purring, but desperately wanted outside. We don't have a cat flat. There are a lot of foxes around us, and we have house rabbits too, so we don't risk it. Anyway, I hardly ever let him out at night, but I figured I'd sleep for an hour or 2, and then let him back in. But my husband was staying up a bit later, so I said to check the back door before coming to bed. I fell asleep and slept between an hour or 2 and got up. Everyone in the house was asleep, and I made my way down the upstairs landing. We have no natural light in the upstairs hall landing, as it's an old Victorian terraced house. It was very dark, so I left our bedroom door open to see a little. That's when I saw my cat. As I walked towards him, he turned and walked away from me. I thought he wanted food and my husband had let him back in. So, I followed him and continued to try and pick him up, but I couldn't catch him. For some reason, I all of a sudden had an eerie chill, so I reached for the lights. Nothing. No cat. I went downstairs into the back door and opened it, and my cat ran in. So, what was I following upstairs? I will say, I don't really creep out over ghosts, etc., as it's not a new thing for me, but it is for this house. We've lived here for 2 years and I haven't seen anything. The house is 120 years old though, so who knows what it was, and why it wanted to follow me. I was at my in-laws' house, alone, for a few hours doing laundry. Beautiful, clear day outside. All of a sudden, I heard an adult male voice exclaim, "Oh shit!" in an angry tone, almost like someone had stubbed their toe. The thing is, there was no substance to the voice. Like if somebody were to call out that loudly, You could sort of feel or tell where it's coming from, or there would be an echo. I couldn't tell where exactly the sound was coming from, but it sounded like it was off in the distance or downstairs. No echo. It was just very flat and strange. I had been very obviously there for at least 2 hours at that point, and wearing combat boots, so if someone had been downstairs, they would have easily heard me clomping around long before then. That was not my first weird encounter at this house. Previously, I had a closet door slam on my back a different time I was there alone a few months ago. This time, I thought I was hearing things, except I heard it clear as day and it was pretty loud. I sternly replied, "Get the fuck out and don't fucking swear in my house," and opened the front door hoping it would leave. I sat outside on the steps for a moment and waited, called my boyfriend in a panic, and decided I was going to stop with the laundry and just grab my things and leave. Just in case someone had broken into the house and was in the basement where the voice may have come from. I closed the door, took a few steps over to my bag, and as soon as I had my hand on my purse, there was a loud crash from directly beneath me in the basement. It shook the floor, and the whole house like a large piece of furniture had tipped over. I ran out of the house and took off in my car, leaving the laundry. My boyfriend has had strange experiences over the years in that house, the house that he grew up in, but he's numb to it, so I don't think whatever it is targets him anymore, because he can ignore it. I don't have a ton of experience with paranormal, although I do believe there was a ghost in a condo we used to live in. Things would be moved around, and my hair would get pulled on several occasions. I think whatever that spirit was just trying to get a rise out of me. That was years ago, and I haven't had any weird experiences after leaving that apartment. This time felt different. I felt vulnerable, and like I was in danger if I stayed. So this happened to me when I was about 5 years old, so kindergarten. I used to live in an old town that had a population of about 265 residents, all French-speaking community, and my family wasn't. We moved into this house and it was a very dark house with not many windows and a cheesy pink cross on the garage. Many things happened in this house. This is just one story. I was a little kid just hanging out in the basement shortly after we'd moved in, and I was sitting on the only big chair I had of my own in the basement. As a kid, I was totally stoked to have the entire basement to myself. It was completely finished. As I was sitting on this chair, I had a bottle I was blowing over the top to teach you how to whistle, so I was practicing. I suddenly had a shadow fall over me, and I started to talk to whomever was standing behind me, thinking it was my dad. "Hey dad, look, I can do it. I can whistle, toot toot." Whoever it was suddenly grabbed my shoulder at first. It was just a hand. Soon it was a lot of pressure to the point I winced and screamed out, "Hey, that really hurts." I turned around at this point. There's nobody there. I'm quite freaked out at this point, so I call out to see if my mum is in the laundry room. No answer. I bolt upstairs and my mum was in the kitchen. I ask her if somehow she came downstairs and grabbed my shoulder and magically made it upstairs in a flash. She said no. I told her what happened and she kind of didn't believe me at first. Then I moved my shirt. And clear as day, there were fingerprints on my shoulder and a bruise was left behind. This is just one of many incidents that happened in this house.
I wanted to share a story from my childhood with y'all. I've changed all the names for privacy reasons. I'm the youngest in my family, and I've just turned 17. All my siblings are married, and really older than me. So all my childhood, I've spent alone in my Aunt Sarah and Uncle Jared's house. Uncle Jared is my dad's older brother. My parents both work, and weren't home most of the time. I've always gotten a really heavy feeling when I was in their house and experienced really questionable things. One of the things I vividly remember is seeing a silhouette of a tall man in a coat and hat. He was standing at the end of their hall, just facing in my direction. It was kind of like a shadow, but he didn't move at all. Whenever I slept over there, I have my own room at their house, I would hear furniture moving upstairs, and all the bedrooms are downstairs on the first floor. The kitchen is on the ground floor. The second floor only has a big lounge type area for parties, and it's always locked, so I know for a fact that no one goes there in the middle of the night or any other time. Once, my Aunt Sarah and Uncle Jared had gone to visit their son who lives in another country. At that time, my older sister Amy, who was 31, and Jess, who's 28, were having their finals for college and high school. Amy is 14 years older than me, and Jess is 10 years older than me. So when they had their finals, I'll be playing around or disturbing them. So to study, they had stayed at my aunt's house for the time being. After staying over there for a few days, suddenly they came back. When I questioned them, they told me the other day Amy was in the kitchen baking. She has a weird habit of baking when she's stressed. When she felt someone walk behind her for a while, she thought it was Jess, but when she felt someone put their chin on her shoulder, she turned to look and saw no one in the kitchen. She had freaked out, and when she questioned Jess told her that she hadn't left the room, which freaked them both, and the next day they rushed back. We don't tell our parents about all this stuff because they don't believe in all this. Another thing I remember is that whenever I was going back to my house, I always had this feeling that I was getting chased, and I would run really fast all the way to my home. My aunt's home was never locked since we live in a gated community and we are really familiar with the neighbours. One time, I remember I went over to her house and it was empty. At that time, Aunt Sarah frequently visited her dad in the hospital. And clearly remember I was standing in the entrance of her room and something ran really fast behind me. At first I thought I'd imagined it, but when I turned to leave, I saw the carpet in the end of the hall was a bit turned over from the corner, like someone stumbled on it. I had ran from there so fast that time. I have noticed that whenever Aunt Sarah wasn't home, I couldn't stay at her house. Something always happened. 2 years ago, Aunt Sarah passed away. The hospital couldn't diagnose what illness she had. One thing you should know about me is I'm extremely good at pretending I'm asleep. So when my mom talked to her sister, I would listen. Not really proud of it, but I'm really curious about almost everything. One time I heard her talk of how Aunt Sarah had told my mom how she, Aunt Sarah, had found something really disturbing hidden above an vent in one of the rooms. She said it looked like an animal's gut or something, and Aunt Sarah once had mentioned to me that her brother had found a weird picture that looked like it was drawn of their family living in horrible conditions. One time I heard my mom say that before Aunt Sarah died, she had told my mom that someone had done this, her illness, to her. I was horrified. After she passed away, I just couldn't go in her house. I literally feel like someone is suffocating me, and that heavy feeling in my chest from before is always still there. Whatever is in her house is extremely powerful now that she's gone. It terrifies me, but occasionally I have to go over there and I just have this weird feeling that makes me look over my shoulders every other minute. Please tell me what I should do, and what type of entity is so powerful to do stuff like that. P.S. My Uncle Jared had moved to another country where his son lives after Aunt Sarah's death, so the house is always empty, but occasionally we go over to hers to make sure everything is in its place and nothing needs fixing. Update. I talked with my parents and they were really dismissive of the situation and said that I was being paranoid. So I showed them this thread in the comments where a few people said they had similar incidents. After reading it, they told me to leave it alone and stop thinking about it. I was getting frustrated, so I took it upon myself and called my uncle. We had a lengthy talk, and he told me what I knew was only the tip of the iceberg, and there's been a lot going on in that house since they moved in. Here are a few of the things he mentioned in our talk. Apparently I wasn't the only one who saw the shadow figure of a man. My aunt saw it too, but in another part of the house, my cousin's bedroom, which was always locked, even when my aunt and uncle lived there. When my sister stayed at my uncle's house, he said he actually told them to leave before sundown and not sleep there. He said that there's been a lot of activity, but he won't tell me because he doesn't want to scare me. Myself and my two flatmates, D and H, all 19 female, just moved into a 3-bedroom home on a suburban street in one of the major cities in our country. Since moving in, we've had experiences with weird, unexplainable shit in and around the property, both while together and alone in the house. None of us have ever believed in the paranormal or the supernatural, and while there are definitely logical explanations for all this, we're just at a loss of what they could be. A little quick background. We viewed the property for the first time on January 9th of this year. It was the first place we went to a viewing for. We continued looking at other properties, but the leasing agent contacts us on January 14th to offer us the house. Obviously, we find it very strange that they offered us the house so quickly, but since it's usually pretty difficult for a group of students to convince a landlord to rent to them, and it was the best property we'd viewed, we accepted. They wanted us to move in very quickly, which was also a little bit of a red flag, but we had other people inspect the property for us and didn't find anything super wrong with it, so we went forward with the process. We signed the lease and moved in on February 4th, less than a month after we originally viewed the property. More information for context purposes. Place was built in 2005, sold on November 2020 to our current landlords, who bought it as an investment property after being on the market for a month. The current landlords have never lived in the property, and we have never met or had contact with them. We deal with everything through a property manager. Nobody has lived in the house since at least November 2020, and the listing that we found for it was posted in early December 2020. Generally, a house like this wouldn't stay on the rental market for more than a week or so in our city, because good housing is pretty scarce. We know absolutely nothing about the previous tenants or why they moved out, and neither did any of the agents we spoke to. We also have no clue why the house was on the market for so long. The rent isn't ridiculous, all of the rooms are decently sized and have great views. It's in the zone for multiple good schools, and within walking distance to a major public transport station. There were no super obvious things wrong with the house, and when we looked through it for the first time, apart from just needing a good clean. When we asked the letting agent, she said something vague about how the property was just given to their company from a different real estate company. Our house is at the end of a shared driveway with two other houses. You have to go up a set of external stairs to get to the front door. Downstairs we have an open plan lounge and kitchen and a small bathroom. Upstairs are our 3 bedrooms and another shared larger bathroom. The house backs onto a small hill and then a busy main road. There's a fence with 2 gates that separates us from the main road, which is kind of redundant because there's also a huge gap in our fence line that backs onto a different shared driveway that can very easily accessed from the street. Onto the weird shit. When we first moved in, at some point within the first week, we each felt a specific presence within the house while thinking we were home alone, and each felt the presence so strongly that we had to search the house to confirm that we were actually home alone. While doing our initial cleaning, we found what seems like urine in both mine and H's wardrobes. There was also back scratch marks in my wardrobe that the property manager couldn't explain. Looks like an animal or small child had gone at the wall with something. Won't come off the wall either. We've woken up in the middle of the night to hear loud banging on the side of the house that's facing the fence in the street. None of us investigated the source at the time because, as curious as we were, we're also super passionate about not being murdered. There were also no trees close enough to the house that could have made contact with the walls to explain the banging. While cleaning again a few weeks later, I found what looks like dried blood on the windowsill in the lounge. I have no idea if we missed it during our initial clean or if it was new. 100% did not belong to any of us. Dee kept waking up with bruises all over her legs that she couldn't explain. Legitimately looked like she'd been on the wrong end of a paintball gun. H found a random chicken bone in her balcony. We are primarily vegetarian household, and the only access to the balcony is through her room. We can track our power usage through an app, and there have been times where we'll have a large spike in power usage at times when none of us have been home. One time in the middle of the night, I woke up to what I thought was someone having a loud conversation in the next room. Turned out to be my laptop, which had somehow turned itself on and had started playing an episode of Friends, which would have been fine if the laptop lid hadn't been shut and locked with both a passcode and facial recognition. It has never happened before, and has happened once since, also in the middle of the night. H woke up one night in a state of sleep paralysis. She says she saw a man sitting on her floor next to her bed, watching her and eating cereal. She has never experienced sleep paralysis before, and has not experienced it since. Has no clue who the dude was. We have a sensor light on our deck at the top of the stairs. You have to stand in a very specific place on the deck for it to activate. Just to emphasize, the light will not turn on unless you stand in that very specific place. And even then, you have to make some kind of movement for it to see you. While home alone in the lounge, Dee kept hearing noises on the stairs and would open the curtain expecting it to be me coming home from work. The sensor light would be on, but there would be nobody there. This happened multiple times throughout the night. This type of sensor won't get tripped by wind or light, and there are no trees or plants nearby that could have tripped it either. It's not just us experiencing weird shit. One night while Dee's boyfriend was over, Dee and I left the house, leaving him at home alone. H was at work. He texts us shortly after we leave the house to tell us that Dee's bedroom door shuts on its own, and then he heard distinct footsteps down the middle of the stairs. Dee's boyfriend, as a note, is the most cynical motherfucker on the planet. Definitely wouldn't make something like this up. Usually, while the windows are open, the doors will shut on their own due to convection currents, but since it's currently cold as balls, we had shut all of the windows in the house prior to leaving. One of our friends stayed with us during one of the lockdowns, and she also felt a presence upstairs and heard noises while being home alone. Since moving in, H and I have experienced problems with sleep. We've never had problems getting to sleeping prior to moving in. I regularly wake up at 3 or 4 in the morning for no discernible reason. We are by no means light sleepers. Originally, we chalked it up to getting used to a new place, but it's been 4 months now, and it's still happening. In addition to all this, there have been more instances that we can count where we'll hear weird noises from somewhere in the house that are outside of the standard house-making noises as it cools down, and creaking pipes that we just collectively decided to politely ignore. Again, in the interest of not getting murdered. And finally, we have felt distinct, simultaneous declines in our mental health since we moved in. We were each super keen to move out and be independent, but we've all had a significant drop in our mood and well-being, to the point where Dee has had to up her antidepressant dose. There are other factors that could possibly have affected it, but each of us has experienced a kind of low energy that we haven't felt before we moved out, and we couldn't explain it. Our hypothesis. Obviously, all of these events have some kind of explanation, unrelated or not. All of these things could very well be unrelated and coincidental. We're just considering things that would explain all of the strange shit that's been going on. Kind of half as a joke, kind of not. Our first hypothesis is that we have a poltergeist of some kind. Would explain the weird noises, the bruises, the low moods, the waking up in the middle of the night, sounding like someone is in the house when there isn't, and the person sitting on H's floor. We've talked about drawing protection runes on all of the entrance points to the house and saging the place, but beyond that, we don't really know what else to do apart from just accept life with our quirky new roommate and hope that they don't go all Annabelle on us. If the place was haunted, it would definitely explain why the agent was so keen to get rid of the property so quickly to a group of naive teenage girls, because we've had no other serious problems with the house. Our second and probably 10 times scarier option is that we actually have someone living on or around our property. There are 2 possible places where this person could be staying. We do have an attic, but the only internal access point is in the wardrobe in my room, and I definitely would have heard somebody climbing in and out of that access point during the night, or noticed stuff being moved around. There might be an external access point on the roof, but we haven't been able to get up there to check. We've heard stuff coming from the roof before, but nothing that we could really definitely say was somebody climbing in there from the outside, or someone moving around up there. The other one is a space underneath the house that we've affectionately dubbed the murder hut, because to be honest, it looks like a serial killer's den. When we first moved in, there was a collection of old furniture there left by, we're assuming by the last tenants. A rug, a chair, a set of drawers, but nothing concrete to suggest there was someone currently living in there. No sleeping area, no food scraps or garbage anywhere. We also thought of the possibility of somebody not physically living and sleeping on the property, Maybe someone just regularly walking onto the property through that big gap in the fence and causing problems. We're really at a loss of what's causing these things. We're getting a security camera for the front door and now deadbolts on the gates outside, in addition to trying out cleansing and purification rituals, just to cover all of our bases. We're also thinking of requesting information about the previous tenants from our property manager and asking about getting the hole in the fence fixed. Can't afford to fix it by ourselves. And we're just being dumb and paranoid? Or is this actually something strange going on in our house? About 5 years ago, I had just moved into a new house with my wife at the time, and two kids aged 2.5 and 1. My 2.5-year-old was very articulate for his age, and so one day we were walking out the front door. He points across the house and asks, "Mommy, who's that little girl over there?" Well, my wife and I just kind of froze, because he was kind of kid that never made up any imaginary friends or anything like that. But the moment passed, and we kind of forgot about it. About 6 or 8 months later, I remember I was in my bedroom late at night. I have a large window in my bedroom that looks out into my backyard. I also had a couple strings of lights overhead that illuminated the yard perfectly. One night, I was up studying for a class the next day. When I looked outside, I saw that my kid's swing set had one swing going back and forth in a perfect pendulum motion, like someone was on it, while the swing next to it was dead still. This was not the first time this happened. It was the third, I think. But it was the instant that I remember the most clearly and took the most notice. I honestly have no idea why I didn't think to tell my wife or to take a video, but I just stood there in the window and watched it for about 2 minutes, and it kept up perfectly consistently. I grabbed my flashlight and walked out to my deck to get a better look. Still swinging. I'd been studying lots of science classes at that point, so my head was in the space of, I'm going to figure out the rational explanation of why this is happening. It was breezy out, so I walked up to the swing set and held my hand in different places around the swinging swing, and no breeze. Plus, the swing next to it was still dead. Also, my thought was that if it was the wind, there was no way it could keep a perfect back and forth motion. If a swing gets even a little of it, it would have collided with the one next to it. Anyway, I'm not sure if I had the previous encounter with my son in mind or not, but I had a very certain feeling at that moment that there was a little girl swinging on the swing. Almost like I could see her, but obviously couldn't. I also felt very at ease and not frightened at the least. Then after about 5 or 10 minutes, I stopped the swing just to see what would happen, and it remained stopped. I remember apologising out loud to the girl for stopping the swing, and told her that she could swing whenever she wanted to, but it never happened again after that, and I haven't had any additional encounters in this house. I looked up public records and asked the landlord if there was ever any little girl that had died in this house. Nothing. The only info that I could collect is that a few years before we moved in, there was an elderly woman who lived here for 20 years, but the owner had the landlord kick her out in fear that she would die in the property, so she had to move in with the family a few states away.
This happened when I was about 17. I moved out on my own for about 9 months. I had a friend who lived in the walkout basement suite of this old house on WYE. It wasn't horrible, but the backyard had a dilapidated pool and the backyard full of stuff. Nice trees, lot with a large driveway. I did use a Ouija board in this house, but nothing really happened. Just got really creeped out. On one occasion, when I was alone in the house, both roommates were gone. My boyfriend also was not home, and the upstairs landlord was gone. Me quietly reading a book in the living room. I could hear someone walking around upstairs. I figured animals, no big deal. But then I heard something opening cupboards and open the fridge door. Odd. I didn't think anyone was home. So I checked out front for cars. Nobody. Now there were some stairs that led up to the landlord's half of the house, and I went up there and peeked under the door. It was locked. I saw the fridge door open and close and someone walk away from the fridge. I knocked and said hello to see if anyone was home. Suddenly, silence. Not a sound. Now, I had nowhere to go, and I was really weirded out by myself. I just waited until someone got home, and I still felt weird. So I went up and asked the landlord when he came home. I asked him if he invited anyone over while he was gone. He said no and asked me why. I told him what I heard and saw. He admitted to thinking the house was haunted because he's always finding cupboards open around the house. Was that you? This was a bit of a party house, so the kids that drank here would line up bottle caps along the backsplash. It was as if someone leaned forward and whispered into the ear and said my name. It was so clear. Ice ran down my spine. I shook my boyfriend awake. Was that you? Did you say my name? Barely conscious him. No, I was snoozing. I couldn't sleep all night, and I decided right then I was moving out. My friends and I have always been quite fond of going out urbex exploring. For those of you that don't know what that is, that's when you go out and look for abandoned and derelict buildings to explore and photograph. We didn't go out searching for the haunted side of things, we just enjoyed the eeriness and also the beauty of old, abandoned places. Living in Scotland, a lot of these abandoned places are normally surrounded by amazing scenery, from hills and mountains to thick forests and lush fields, so we always made a day out of it when we did go exploring. One house in particular was our favourite, so much so that we had already visited a couple of times prior to this experience. Myself and two of my best friends, we'll call them C and B, decided to go back, but the condition of the place had declined quite rapidly since the last time we'd been, and everything seemed very unstable, but we didn't let that stop us. Finding that our usual entry spots had been boarded up, we felt quite defeated, but decided to look for another entry anyway. After searching around for a while, we noticed that the roof on one of the lower parts of the house had been damaged by fire and was practically all gone. It wasn't the easiest to get up to, using a tree and each other to do so, but we finally got in. It was going relatively normal. We were wandering around the inside, searching and admiring the rooms we could still get into, being terrified by the occasional bird being spooked by our footsteps, and taking photos of the amazing architecture. However, something was different this time. The whole place felt off and a little more eerie than it normally did. I've always been what would you describe as spiritually inclined, so I felt this more than what my other friends did. One of them was a complete skeptic, so he just brushed it off and said we were over-exaggerating and making things up. His mind was going to be completely changed after leaving this house. After exploring the top 3 floors as much as we could, cringing at the spray paint art the vandals had left, we were on the ground floor just having a chat and discussing how much the house's condition had really declined. We were standing in one of the hallways, almost in a triangle formation. I was standing in a door frame with my back towards the empty room with C to my left and B to my right. I was still feeling a little uneasy, but I didn't give much thought to it. As we were all conversing about the plans for the rest of the day, I felt something on my back. It felt like someone had run their hand down my back. From the base of my neck to the centre of my back, I felt a firm, consistent pressure until the pressure tapered off, down to the base of my back. It was over within seconds. I felt all the colour drain from my face as I frantically jumped forward with a scream. B and C both looked at me in confusion and asked what happened, and if I'd hurt myself. In a haze of confusion and dizziness, I wasn't able to form any words, never mind describing what I just felt. I regained my bearings and took a couple of deep breaths before trying my best to explain the sensation of being touched. B's face turned a little pale as she saw how serious I was being. However, C was a skeptic. He laughed and thought I was joking, or that I'd accidentally hit something without realising, or a bug had hit me. I knew that wasn't the case, because for a split second before it happened, I felt every single hair on my body stand up as a warning to what was about to happen. Being slightly freaked out, B and myself managed to convince C that it was time to leave. On top of what had just happened, it was also getting a little cold. While making our way to the same section we had entered through, I started to feel a burning sensation run down my back, like someone had taken hot coals or a flame down my back. Starting to freak out again, I asked B to check if anything was there, asking her what was wrong. I automatically knew something was wrong because she didn't give a response. She was just silent. Next thing I knew, B was calling over C to come and look, which made my anxiety spike up more. From the look on C's face, I became increasingly worried. They both nervously told me that there were marks going down my back. Obviously not being able to see my back myself, I then asked them to take a photo for me to see. Looking at the photo, there were 3 distinctive scratches going down my back, exactly where I'd felt someone or something touch me. At first, C was convinced I'd done it myself or called myself on something, but after examining the scratches more, he determined that it couldn't have been. The scratch went under my bra strap, which would have been impossible for me to do without them noticing. At this point, we're all trying to keep our calm while internally freaking out. We tried to make our way out as quick as we could without injuring ourselves. Climbing back over the wall of the house and through the hole where the roof used to be, we collectively walked a few feet away from the house and stopped to look at it. Still trying to understand what had just happened, we all agreed that we'd go back to the car and never come back there. The walk back to the car, which took around 20 minutes, was relatively uneventful. Apart from a continuous uneasy feeling that we were being watched or followed, and occasionally thinking that we could hear footsteps behind us, it was actually quite peaceful, taken in the Scottish countryside. We got to the car where we sat and had a smoke, still trying to completely calm ourselves down. It's safe to say that after that day, C took a long time to process the events, but undoubtedly became a believer. We swore to never come back to this house, but for some reason, we're always drawn back to it. It's like an urge to come back and visit, like an itch that you can't quite scratch. Maybe we're just drawn in by the eeriness or the mystery around that day. Or maybe it's something more than that. My mum's family and my father lived in this old country home at varying points. It's how they met. My dad was moving out and my grandmother was moving in with all her kids. The house is on top of a mountain in a very rural southwest Virginia. The oral tradition about the mountain, as told by my dad, was that the Native Americans said it was tainted or marked by bad medicine. Sudden weather events were common on the mountain. Thunderstorms, snowstorms, hail. Dad rented the house with roommates while in college and told me stories of when he lived there, before he met my mom. He claims that he heard footsteps on the floor when he was home alone. He would often hear footfalls on the stairwell when no one was there. He would hear what sounded like vague or distant conversations. He described it as how it sounded when a phone call bleeds out into another call, just carrying on a conversation. Dad would occasionally see an old man walking with a cane, usually out of the corner of his eye. My mom, before marrying my dad and living in the house with my brother and grandma, would occasionally see figures briefly moving past the windows on the porch outside. My older brother, when he was very little, used to tell my mom about the man who lived in the root cellar. My mom said that was before I was born. My brother was afraid to play outside alone. After I was born, my mom once left me in the crib upstairs, when after a time she heard me wailing, like I was in pain. The crying abruptly stopped when she entered the room and found me sound asleep. One of my parents heard an old wind-up style record player spontaneously start playing music. My mom and dad encountered an amorphous, shimmering but kind of transparent cloud in the middle of the bedroom once. It stuck around for a few seconds and dissipated. I have a few personal experiences of my own, but as I get older, the actual events seem fuzzier and more vague. As a preteen, me and some of my cousins were playing what we called roof ball. We threw a ball on the tin roof and scrambled to catch it when it rolled off. On one throw, there was a pale face perfectly framed in the attic window. A cousin and I were once playing in the woods behind the house. My cousin was leading us through the trees, when I heard heavy and fast footfalls right behind me, like someone was running up on us. When I spun around, the sound abruptly stopped, and there was nothing there. My mom's sister and I flew in from out of state to spend Christmas with the family when I was a teenager. I stayed in the smallest bedroom upstairs and woke up to motion across the room. It looked like some kind of slinking in the closet. A very brief thing. stayed on a pull-out bed in the same room as my mom and sister for the rest of the trip. The house was neat, very old, even when my parents were young. It was purchased by a preservation society when I was a young adult, where the house was returned to its original condition. I think it's a wedding or events venue now. But to my family, it was always just an old Appalachian country house. First, some background info. This happened about 4 years ago in a house where I lived with my mom and my brother. My mom and my brother still live there. An old couple died in this house before we moved in. There's a small basement which me and my dad decorated, so it's my extra room, if that makes sense. The basement has a separate door from the outside. One day I was chilling in the basement with my friend watching some movies. We were home alone. My mum was at work until 8 p.m. We told her to bring us some snacks when she comes back. It was about 8:15 when we heard the main door of the house opening, steps going from the living room to the kitchen, chairs moving, etc. Normal noise you hear when someone is upstairs. We both heard it and I was like, my mom came home, and he said, yeah, I hear it. Snacks are here. A few minutes later, my phone rings. It's my mom. I was like, okay, probably she's calling so we get the snacks. I answer and she says, I'm stuck at work. I'll be home by 10. Problem with security. I was speechless. I looked at my friend and he was shaking. He heard my mom through the phone. I had one key to the house. My mom had the other. My brother was at Grandma's place. Nobody else had a key. There were only 2 keys. So we went upstairs to the main door. It was locked, lights out. I opened and we searched the house. Nothing weird, just as we left it. There were no chairs moved, even though both of us heard them moving. It gives me chills even thinking about it. I heard a lot of steps and movement upstairs when I was alone in the basement, but didn't think much of it, since only I heard it. But since my friend heard it too, I'm starting to think that everything else I heard was also true, and not just my imagination. This story takes place when I was in 6th grade. I'm 21 now. I lived with my mom and my brother in a small but pretty house. When you enter the house, you have a small place to leave your shoes, then big wooden door to slide to enter the living room. On the left is a hallway. When you enter the hallway on the right is a kitchen, and on the left the bathroom. At the end of the hallway there are 2 bedrooms. My mother's is on the right, and mine, which I shared with my brother, on the left. The living room floor and hallway floor is from a different material. The living room floor is more squeaky. This is important to the story. It was early in the morning. My mom went to work and she drove my brother to school. I also had school, but mine started like 30 minutes later than my brother's, so I stayed at home and watched cartoons. I was laying in bed with the doors open. The doors were behind me. As I'm watching TV, I heard Mom's bedroom door opening. It was very loud, like someone was in a hurry. Then footsteps in the hallway going to the living room. I could hear when footsteps got to the living room since the floor began to squeak. Then the big wooden door sliding. And after that, nothing. Silence. I was terrified. I was in the fetal position on my bed looking for my phone in my bed sheets. Once I found it, I texted my mom, someone is in the house. She responded, are you joking? I said, no, come fast, I'm scared. She sent the neighbour to check on me. The main door and the big wooden doors were closed, but my mom's door was wide open. I still don't know what happened. If this was the only occurrence, I wouldn't even care, but something is definitely in that house. I used to live with my mom, brother, and our pets in a small house around 2017. This house had the presence of 4 spirits, according to my older sister, who can see and feel them. One of the spirits was a young boy, around 7 to 9 years old. The second was a woman. She appeared to my sister without a shirt on. According to my sister, she died very suddenly as she was changing. The third was a young man. My sister didn't know much about him other than the fact that he was a little bit of a prankster. The last one she didn't know much about. It was very hard to read, but very dark. Now, to the incident. I want to preface this with a couple things, as it will rule out potential questions after the fact. I mentioned previously we had pets. This is important because this story involves my old dog. To paint a word picture, he was very energetic, yellow, Labrador, a little over a year old. Now, my dog had intense separation anxiety, so whenever I'd leave the house, I left him in the living room or the hallway outside my room, lock the bedroom door. I didn't want him getting into pot paraphernalia, and I'd leave through my window to kind of confuse him. Yes, it's weird, I know, but his area was right next to the front door. Also, I mentioned previously I lived with my mom and brother, and I'd like to point out at the time of this incident, neither of them were home, and my brother swears he had nothing to do with it. Now that that's out of the way, one day I had left to go do something. Fast forward a couple hours and the front door is locked, so I decided to climb back in through my window, and I noticed something weird right off the bat. I have curtains in my window, and right before I climbed in, I could tell that they had been pulled on. I climb into my room and I'm absolutely floored. My entire room is destroyed, and my dog's just sitting there. The door's closed. Also, there's this insanely uncomforting energy as I angrily shoo my dog out of the room. Now, I find this weird for multiple reasons. One, my dog was just sitting there. He's an extremely energetic boy. Two, my room's destroyed. Posters, records torn off the wall. My bongs and other glass were tilted, but not broken, on my table. My curtains were ripped down. And obviously my first thought is that my brother had let my dog into my room to get back at me for something, and my dog just got anxious and destroyed everything. But the problem with that was A, my brother wasn't home, and B, nothing had bite marks or paw prints or any sign of a dog. And like I said before, posters and things hung on the walls were all over the floor. How could my dog do this? My bongs were on their sides but not shattered. If my dog had really made this mess, they would have been on the floor, broken. C, my door was locked before I left, but somehow unlocked when I returned. At first it looked like it was my dog's doing. It only made sense because it was severe anxiety. But as I explained the details to more of my family, they agreed with me when I said that it was one of our friends, how we used to refer to our house spirits. And they wanted to pin it on my dog for some reason. It's years later and I'm still trying to make sense of it and figure out which one of them it could have been. I've had a couple other experiences in that room in particular, but that was one of the most intense. Shortly after that incident, we blessed the house, moved away, and my older sister moved in with her family. She now has my old room. What I'm about to write about has been spotted in my old house on multiple occasions by two other people than myself. Coincidence or not, here's my little story of what we've seen. The first encounter. I was pretty young, I'd say about 8 to 10 years old. The upstairs of my old house has 3 rooms, all with open doors. It goes bathroom, our bedroom, my sister and I, and my parents' room. The first time I seen this shadow figure was when I was brushing my teeth in our bathroom. I remember seeing this figure perform a trust fall, basically falling backwards with its arms spread into my mom's bed. I witnessed this out of the corner of my eye, or my peripheral vision. I was scared at first, but I brushed it off to just be my imagination. I've seen this figure a few more times, and decided to tell my parents about it. Of course, they didn't believe me, so I decided to just tell myself it was nothing until the next time I see it. This time my sister was with me. Second encounter. So it was late at night. My parents were at the New Year's party, I believe, and my sister and I were home alone. She's 8 years older than me, so she was babysitting, you could say. The downstairs rooms in order were our living room, secondary living room, and our kitchen with a big archway. My sister and I in the kitchen was making sandwiches, and again, through my peripheral vision, I seen this figure sitting on the couch. I tell my sister about it and tell her to slowly back up and don't look right at it. I knew from previous experience it disappeared when looked at straight on. She did as I said and freaked out a little bit. She also seen it sitting on the couch. However, she said it had wings. I didn't see that part. I was just so thrilled somebody else had witnessed it with me. This kind of got me scared and excited at the same time. because I was no longer the only one. Third encounter. Now, I kept this a family secret. I didn't go around telling anybody because I didn't want to sound crazy. That being said, my buddy used to come over a lot and sleep over. We didn't have a spare bed, so we would take a bunch of blankets and lay them out on the living room floor. We would watch movies and eat snacks and just do goofy shit that preteens would do. My sister sometimes accompanied us, and this time she was there. I remember my friend and I pillow fighting when he just stops and drops the pillow. I took the swing and hit him in the head, but he just sat there with a frightened look on his face. I thought I got him good, but then he told me that he'd seen somebody in the other room. I asked him to describe what he'd seen, and he told me it was a man in all black, just like the shadow figure we've been seeing. I took this as confirmation that it may not have been all in my head anymore. Years later, I found out that my mom got the bed from her friend. It was her friend's father's who passed away in that same bed. Could all just be a coincidence? But I'll never forget what I saw. To this day, I'm still skeptical of the paranormal because I've yet to experience anything as an adult. But I keep looking forward to it, as crazy as that sounds. I've been hearing voices and different things in my home for about a month now. At first, I thought I was just sleep deprived. I worked night shifts as a nurse, or that my boyfriend was messing with me, but now I'm starting to get really freaked out. I'll try to explain things the best I know how. A little background. My boyfriend and I rent his grandma's house and live here with our big 3 dogs that bark at everything. The dogs will be important in a second, so just hang on. His grandma used to live there too, but she moved out last year, so it's just us 2 and the dogs. His grandpa died 2 years ago, and his ashes are spread in the garden in the backyard. My mum died 4 years ago, and we have her ashes in a box on our mantel above the fireplace. His brother died this year in January, a mile up the road after leaving our house. Our house is in a small neighbourhood that only has 1 street, and it's considered the country, but they're doing construction on the main road right by our house to build up the area, so it's not really the country anymore. The first time I can remember really hearing something that stood out to me was about a month ago. I was cleaning the house in the middle of the day while my boyfriend was at work. I usually play music pretty loud when I clean, but the dogs started barking, so I walked out to the living room to tell them to hush, and they're all staring at one of our guest rooms. The door was closed and we never go in there for anything. It's barely a guest room. It's more of a place we keep random things that we can't find a place for. I walk in there and don't see anything, so just go back to cleaning. A little bit later, I hear a voice say, "Hi, friend." I immediately freeze and walk into the living room and look around. I don't see anybody, and the windows were all closed in the house. I text my boyfriend and ask if he just talk to me through a camera we've set up on our mantel. You can talk through an app, and we sometimes use it to talk to our dogs when we're not home. And he said he didn't. And I look and our camera is unplugged. Then tonight, I'm home by myself and my boyfriend is at a friend's house. I'm feeding the dogs and taking the trash out, just clearing up. I hear a whistle and then someone say hi. All the dogs' ears perked up and their heads all turn in the same direction. I text my boyfriend and tell him, and he tells me to get the dogs and go to our room and grab our shotgun and just wait for him to get home. He gets home and checks the whole house and backyard and doesn't see anything or anyone. There have been a few other things, but those are the 2 big ones that have made me truly scared where I go and sit in our room and wait for him to get home. So I'm laying in bed right now, and my cat was sat on the windowsill. I was playing on my phone, like I am now, and I heard someone walk past my bedroom door, but I thought nothing of it, as it's an old building, and sometimes it sounds like people are walking around, shuffling, even creaking, even though the hallway is carpet. Well, anyway, like I said, my concentration was on my phone when I heard someone whisper something I couldn't make out, and then a few pss noises you make to a cat when you want them to come to you. I looked towards the window and noticed it was closed, so the noise did not come from outside. My cat jumped straight off the windowsill and dived straight onto the bed and climbed on me, but staring at the doorway next to the bed. I was unable to get her attention by stroking her or saying her name. She was just fixated with the doorway. There is a spooky part of the hallway that is always darker than the other parts near the bathroom door, where I feel like I'm being watched when I either go to or from the bathroom. Then I feel as if I'm being followed back to the bedroom. Once I saw a head peek around the bedroom door, but quickly disappeared when I took a look. No strange encounters happen in my bedroom, just the hallway. Also, sitting in the living room, you can see into the kitchen and out of the corner of our eyes. Both me and my partner have said it looks like someone walks past. Our cat is mainly chilled out, but sometimes goes absolutely bonkers, running around the flat, bouncing off the walls, as if she's being chased. It's a very old town I live in, with a lot of buildings dating back to the 1800s, maybe earlier. The downstairs used to be a shop. I don't know what shop, but it used to be, because the outside looks exactly like the other shops on the road, but ours has been redesigned to be of 5 flats. I have a little gated community, with all the front doors round the back. It's in England, Cheshire. I've been having a few strange dreams at the moment, and my partner keeps having dreams of her friend that passed away 3 years ago. I've tried to look online about the history of the street we live on, but I found nothing. Same with the building. The clock just hit midnight, and I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight with what happened. I'm normally pretty skeptical, but I just feel like this isn't something I can debunk, and I need to know what to do to feel more safe, because I think the spirit here isn't friendly. I think it's all related to the apartment I currently live in, because I've never had paranormal stuff happen to me before. Thankfully, I'm moving out in a month. I've been living here for 2 years now. The first red flag: the only thing the previous owners left me was a Ouija board, hidden in our bedroom closet. When I found it, I had bad vibes, and had to put it on my balcony so it was outside the place. After that, I felt watched at night and had trouble sleeping. Then things got back to normal, until the last few weeks. First, I was all alone doing some cleaning, and the light bulb in my kitchen completely exploded, leaving shattered glass all over the floor. Right after, there was a big bang on my fridge, like someone just hit it. Then I thought I heard something like a faucet running in my bedroom. I was already scared, so I walked super slowly to it. And then my bedroom door, right next to the bathroom, slammed itself, making an awfully loud sound. I was terrified and went to my mom's house for the rest of the day. I tried to tell myself it was just a shortcut, maybe a breeze from the open window that made the noise, but it wasn't even windy. It doesn't make sense. I've had trouble sleeping. Random objects found on the floor, and I blamed it on my cat. Until last week, I heard something wiggling an object and throwing it on the floor. I said my cat's name out loud to ground her, before I realized she was right next to me. And then, 2 days ago, my long mirror fell on my bed. It didn't break. It's a pretty lightweight mirror, that I just lean on my bedroom's wall. I found it weird, but also it could have been the wind. But what just happened tells me it wasn't a coincidence. I was watching a horror movie for the first time in months tonight. I was really, really scared. All the lights were off. During the middle of the movie, I saw what looked like a shadow in my living room mirror. I brushed it off because I'm just too anxious. And then, boom. Before the end of the movie, the living room mirror that's been hanging there for 2 years decides to fall off. No open windows, no nothing. I'm surprised it didn't break, honestly. It was a pretty big fall. On top of that, my cat's freaking out and staring at some stuff I don't see. I'm so uneasy. I heard mirrors were like portals, so I took the 2 that fell and I hid them, facing the floor. I don't have sage to clear out the energy. What do I do to make this thing go away? To be safe? I know I only have a month left, but still. My name's Zach, and I don't believe in ghosts. But my experience in this place still remains in my head, and I just can't explain what I've seen, felt, heard. When my mother was with her ex-boyfriend, he bought a house and we moved in. It was a yellow house, built in 1970 in Saint-Etman, Countryside, but not that far from Paris. The last owners were probably an old couple. I never knew, probably because I never asked. It was in 2011. I spent 3 years living there before my stepfather and mum broke up and left for my student life. Among the strange events that occurred, I remember the reversed cross on the ceiling in the garage. Every time we fixed a ceiling due to humidity, the shape always came back at the same place. My cat used to freak out right under the cross and yelled like he was in pain. I assumed it was pure coincidence. One night, my family wasn't there and a friend of mine slept over. I had to pick something in my mother's bedroom and felt observed. My mum used to say she hated her bedroom because she confessed how she woke up sometimes, thinking there was somebody next to her. Not my stepfather. Chills. When I came back in my room, my friend was scared as hell. Her face was blank and she told me she saw something by the window. My theory was it was a bird, probably an owl. Anyway, the creepy feeling was mutual. One of the craziest episodes was a party. We talked with two friends near a door and mirrors. There was this Buddha statue. We were calm, no drugs. Then all the mirrors fell and the head of the statue had been sliced. The rest of the body was still standing. Everybody was choked and asked us what happened. Maybe it was a temperature problem, but it was just a regular April night and I don't remember any weird weather issues. And there's this story about the frickin' TV. We changed our TV over and over again. The screen used to activate itself and change channels, even when we were watching something. Some technicians explained it was something they could not fix easily, since the system was a bit old. Did I mention the mirror in the bathroom? I know, right? It's so cliche. I never seen ghosts in the mirror, but it was always dirty, even if we cleaned it daily. Reminds me of the cross stuff. Anyway, I live in my own flat with my fiance now, and it's a cool atmosphere here. But sometimes I remember about some nights in this yellow house. Ghosts or not, there was something that definitely haunts me now, in my memories. When I was about 4 years old, I had a bunk bed in my room. I wasn't allowed to sleep on the top bunk in case I fell and got hurt at night. However, I was permitted to play up there during the day. I remember climbing up the ladder and being picked up and set on the ground. It felt like a woman's hands, smaller and gentle. I lived with my father and he was the only one in the house. No one was in the room with me and I had no explanation as to what had happened. As I got older, other odd things would happen. Toys would disappear, then reappear onto my bed, but my father swore he never moved them. As I'd sleep, occasionally I'd feel a hand on my neck or back. Nothing malicious, just a small woman's hand caressing me. It felt distinctly cold. While I wasn't afraid of whatever was doing it, I was too scared to turn around and look. Things continued to go missing and reappear. Jewellery, makeup, earbuds, etc. Except now, they'd be placed into weird spots of the house. In the washing machine, in the fridge, on top of my car. My father didn't move these things and neither did I, so I kept assuming it was the ghost or spirit. In the past year, things have started to get a little more odd. I'd be sitting on the couch doing my homework and everything on the table would fall to the ground, almost as if someone shoved it. My father is a witness to this as well. Boxes would just empty themselves without being touched, glasses would fly off the counter and shatter, and things started disappearing and not being returned. My father had a coin necklace he was given by his grandmother. He wore it every day and kept it on his bedside table at night. One morning, it was gone. He looked everywhere and knew he hadn't misplaced it since he always put it in the same spot. At night, when I was alone, I would hear the doors slam around the house. It's an old house and it requires a good shove to open the doors. The TV would turn on out of nowhere and at full volume. I'm starting to fear whatever presence we have in the home. It's not friendly and gentle anymore. It's getting violent, and I'm not sure exactly what to do. For context, I live with my fiance and our 2 cats and 3 dogs. Today, at around 2:30 p.m, I was heading to the bathroom on one side of my house in order to take a shower, while my fiance was on the other side of the house, in his bedroom, playing video games. For about 10 minutes as I'm in the shower, nothing unusual happens. But as I go to reach for my conditioner, I hear a loud banging on the bathroom door. It lasted for about 3 seconds, but the whole time it was constant and aggressive. I thought it was my fiance trying to mess with me, as none of my dogs were barking, but decided to check anyway by calling his phone before I left the bathroom. I didn't want to be murdered. I called twice but he didn't answer, but I figured I was overreacting anyway. I head to his room and ask him what had happened, and as soon as I walk in, he turns to me and says, "Has anything creepy happened to you today?" I said, "Yeah, why?" And he told me that when I was in the shower, his bedroom door handle began to jiggle, like someone was trying to open it. He thought I was trying to mess with him. He didn't know I was in the shower, so he grabbed the door handle and opened the door really fast while it was still moving to try and scare me. When he opened the door, no one was there. I asked him if he was the one who was at the door, and he said he had been in his room the whole time. This was confirmed by his brother who had been playing Xbox with him at the time. Around 10 minutes later, we were both in his room, and he went to open his bedroom door, and for a few seconds it wouldn't open, as if someone was holding it shut. We're pretty confused about this and have no idea how to rationalize any of the events that just happened. So my boyfriend and I just moved into our new house, and it was our first time living together. We live in a community that was a huge mining community in the 1840s, so haunted houses are no rare thing up here, as so many men died in the copper mines. We have a puppy as well as a cat, so a lot of these experiences I've chalked up to them moving around, but not anymore. When we first got the keys to the house before we moved any furniture in, our puppy would not come into the house. She would refuse to walk in here and would growl and cry whenever we made her come in. We thought it was just because it was a big old empty house, so maybe it was just weird with none of our scents being in there. Fast forward a few weeks and we are fully moved in, and I start to hear things. It started out as footsteps in the hallway upstairs, when no one but my cat was there, but then moved to hearing voices while in the bathroom or in my room. I tried to write a lot of this off, and really did for the most part. After about a week of living here, we started to notice the kitchen cabinets and drawers would be open when we didn't open them, and things in our pantry would get moved around with both of us denying moving anything. Our puppy, 4 months old now, still would bark and growl at nothing, but again we thought she's just a puppy, so nothing too unusual. Our living room is oddly configured and has French doors on one wall, and on the wall perpendicular is a smaller door. Our couch is on the wall with the small door. We leave that door permanently closed because the couch doesn't fit anywhere else. The door will randomly try to open. It opens in, so with the couch it can't open. Yesterday when I got home, I noticed our puppy in the downstairs hallway playing with a ball that seemed to be moving on its own. She would set it down and it would almost get pushed for her to go play with. This heavily freaked me out, but I tried not to show that I was scared. Now this morning, I swear I heard, "Hello?" in an old woman's voice while I was making breakfast. I tried to convince myself it was just the house creaking or something. Fast forward to maybe 20 minutes ago, and our handyman came over to fix our sink, and he tells my boyfriend that his mother died in the house, and at the top of the stairs at 87. I'm so freaked out right now because everything I tried to write off probably was actually this woman. What do I do? Should I introduce myself to her and let her know I respect her house and space, and we mean no harm? She was playing with the puppy, so I don't think she's malicious at all. Too long don't read. Been seeing some figures, hearing footsteps and voices in new house. Saw a dog playing with nothing. Found out today that our handyman's mother died in this house. I grew up in a very haunted house. The house had 4 main spirits with me, and my siblings nicknamed the family. They were your typical nuclear family. A mom, dad, young boy and girl. As a child I knew that we were not rich, but we weren't poor either. We had a humble upbringing. Both of my parents worked hard to provide for the 5 of us kids. I always had to share a room with my sisters. Not only that, we even had to share a bed. As we grew older, the 3 of us girls no longer fit in the bed together comfortably. So my parents got us a bunk bed. We were so excited. It was a red metal frame bunk bed with a full-size bed on the bottom and a twin up top. Me and my older sister fought about who would have to sleep on the bottom with our little sister, and who would get to sleep on the top alone. It would be closest thing to our room. I really wanted it. I didn't let up and I won. I didn't know it then, but that would be a mistake that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I mentioned before that my parents worked hard to provide for us. During the work week, they would get up at 3 a.m. and be out of the house by 3:30 to leave for work. We were in charge of getting ourselves ready for school. One early morning, I was awakened to a voice that normally would comfort me. I heard a faint la la being called out at the door of my room. It sounded like my mom, but it couldn't be. She was gone. She was at work. Not only that, my mom rarely called me Lala. You see, I'm from a Hispanic household, where my parents didn't really show me much affection. My mom only called me that if I was hurt or if I did something miraculous to make her proud. Once again, I heard Lala being called out. I froze. There was enough daylight in the room, so I mustered up the courage to peek up from under my covers. And at the doorway, there she was, the mom. She was smiling, waving over at me to come. The image of her is forever embedded in my head. She was glowing in a light blue colour. Her smile was sinister. Her wave was slow motion. I couldn't scream. I was in shock. My body instantly went cold. My bed was drenched in sweat. How could this entity mimic my mom? I covered my entire body with a blanket and prayed she would go away, but I kept hearing her call out. When my sisters woke up, I let them know what had just happened. After that experience, we all slept together on the bottom bunk, even though it was crowded. Every so often after that, you could hear our typical mom noises in the house, such as cabinets in the kitchen being shut as if someone were preparing breakfast, the TV being turned on to a favourite programme. One time my dad stayed home sick from work and he claims the mom jumped into bed with him. I was so haunted by this experience that to this day, I can't sleep alone, and I'm a married adult woman with children. I grew up in the 90s in a typical ranch-style home, in the Sonoran Desert. I moved into the house at just 1 year old and lived here all up until I got married and found a place of my own. I had 2 brothers and 2 sisters to share the place with, along with both of my parents. The house was huge. I don't recall the actual square footage, as there were rooms that were add-ons which weren't exactly done with proper permits. All this extra room allowed for the house to be split into 2 sides. The other side was rented out for extra income. To make an extra room for us girl, they put a wall in between of what was once an open concept kitchen and dining room. This is relevant to my paranormal experience in this house. I was in about 1st grade when I first saw the family. It was summer in Arizona, and if you're from here, you know it's monsoon season. Me and my little sister would love to stay up, sneak into the kitchen to look out the window, and just admire the lighting in rainy weather. It was almost a nightly ritual where we would wait for my parents to go to bed and then make our way to admire those stormy nights. However, one night was different. I was becoming more aware. Unusual things had always happened in the house for as long as I could remember, but that was my normal. I've been here all my life, it's all I've known. I started to get an unsettling feeling, and I begged my little sister for us to go back to bed. She whined a bit, but eventually obliged. We snuck back into our room. My big sister was sound asleep in the middle of the bed, and as we started to get settled, my heart sank at what my eyes saw walk into our room. I was still sitting up when I saw clear as day, in glowing blue luminescent light, a father, mother, boy and girl walk into our room and stand at the foot of my bed. The mother was holding a tray, wearing an apron, as she entered her formal dining room, my present bedroom. They stared back at me and my little sister tilted their head as if they were confused as to why we were there. My body was drenched in sweat. I looked over to my little sister and sure enough she saw the same thing. We screamed for our parents and just like that, they vanished. This was my first of many times seeing an apparition and coming to realise that the things going on in my house weren't quite normal. According to an older neighbour, she claimed that the father killed his wife and kids and then killed himself in that house. I heard this being older and it correlates with the spirits I saw. My mom told me she used to live in an old house back in the day in Toronto, I think in the 80s if I'm not mistaken. They used to sleep in the same room in 2 separate beds across from each other. My mom told me that at 3 a.m. there was always a voice calling her name and telling her to come here, and the voices came from under the bed. My mum would get really scared, and my aunt, who claims she can see and feel spirits, would always pretend to be asleep. But unaware, my mum thought she'd never heard the voices. My aunt always heard them, but they would never call her name, only my mum's. They told my grandparents, but my grandparents would never believe them. Until one time my grandfather was home alone in that house, and apparently he was just making himself a snack. When, according to my mom, he told her he seen what was calling her name, but he could never describe it. Couldn't even bring it up. He would always be too scared at even the thought of talking about it. Shortly after that, thank God, they decided to move from that house. I always had a hard time believing the story, but my aunt always told me it was real. And I also had a hard time believing my aunt too. Until one day my cousin was in the hospital. He was in ICU, in a bad shape. When I went to visit him, he was supposedly alive, according to the doctor. But my aunt came out of the room, bawling her eyes out. When I asked what was wrong, she told me my cousin had already passed. She'd seen his spirit looking over his body on the hospital bed. The next day, he sadly passed away. And that's when I realised everything my mom told me was true. The way my mom is, till this day, because of what happened, is sad. She's always worried about everybody, always paranoid about the stuff that happened. And once I realised it was true, I can't even imagine what my grandfather seen on that day. My grandfather passed later on when I was in high school and never described what he saw. Sometimes I wish he did, but maybe him not describing it to my mom might have been the best thing. Maybe there's a possibility my mom would have been worse than she is now if he told her what he's seen. That's my story and just thought I'd share. For everybody that read this, thanks for taking the time too. 2 years ago, almost to the day, my girlfriend and I were on vacation through New England. We stayed in a beautiful Airbnb in Craftsbury, Vermont for a few nights. The house was quite old. I'm unsure of the date it was built in, but it definitely started with 18 something. We turned in early for our first night there as we'd done quite a bit of driving that day. I woke up in the middle of the night needing to pee. Being that this place was in the country, and I myself was raised in the country, I often pee outside, particularly on a night like this where the weather is nice and the landscape beautifully illuminated by a nearly full moon. I'm in the backyard doing my business when I notice a woman standing by an outbuilding. Her features are heavily shadowed despite it being such a clear and bright night. What wasn't shadowed was her long white gown billowing in the night breeze. It stood out so much, contrasted against her dark features, that it almost appeared to glow. I rubbed my eyes, half expecting her to be a figment of my imagination, but she was not. She just stood there motionless, other than her gown. I called out to her, "Hello?" I was not met with a response. At this point, I'm absolutely terrified, goosebumps, hair standing up, etc. I once again called out and asked, "Can I help you?" Nothing. After what felt like an eternity of staring at her, waiting for her to speak or move, even vanish into thin air, I retreated back inside and smuggled up next to my girlfriend, like a child who had just had a bad dream. I stayed up for hours contemplating what I saw and somehow found sleep eventually. The next day, I opted not to tell my girlfriend what I saw. I know she would not have ridiculed me, but I still felt somewhat embarrassed to speak up. Was it all a dream? I must have convinced myself it was because I never spoke of it for the rest of the trip, or for nearly 2 years after the fact. Recently, my girlfriend and I were watching a paranormal TV show. Again, we are not intrigued, not necessarily avid believers. We got on the topic of ghostly encounters, and I finally began telling her about the experience I just described. As I told the story, her expression changed to a look of dread. She interrupted me before I could finish. She had seen her as well. The second night in the house, she had awoken in the middle of the night, feeling like she was being watched. She sat up in bed, and there, standing in the corner of the room, was the same shadow-faced woman in the white gown. She explained she tried to wake me, but admittedly, I had gotten pretty drunk that night, because I knew it was the only way I was going to sleep with the previous night's events on my mind. I murmured incoherently, but never woke despite her best efforts. When she looked up from trying to wake me up, the woman was gone. She, like me, chalked the whole experience up to a dream, until I brought it up recently. 2 years ago, my wife and I moved in with my dad to keep an eye on him, as he's getting old and his health isn't the greatest. As it turns out, the place is haunted. At first we thought it was haunted by the previous owner's wife, but now we're not so sure. The previous owners had lived there for the last 40 to 50 years, and before them, there was nobody on the property. They were the only ones to live in the home before us. The husband passed away about 4 years ago, and his wife passed about 10 or so years ago. Before we moved in, my dad told me how things would disappear all the time. A month or so before moving in, we visited for the evening. We all sat in the living room, talking and watching TV. Dad said he had a 6-pack of beer in the fridge and how I could have one. A few minutes later, I got a beer. It was in bottles, in a 6-pack box. I opened the fridge, pulled a bottle out of the box without so much as touching the box, and shut the door. I went back to my seat and we continued doing our thing. From where I was in the living room, I could see the fridge. My dad could see the whole kitchen and was facing the fridge. Half an hour later, he said he might have one too. So we got up and went to the kitchen to get a beer. While he was in there, he said to me, "You could have put them back in the fridge, they're getting warm." I said, "What?" He repeated himself as he opened the fridge and put the 6-pack of beer, and 2 bottles, back in. I informed him that I hadn't taken it out of the fridge in the first place. Neither of us had even seen or heard the fridge door open or close, yet the beer was sitting on the counter. After we moved in, we experienced that going on all the time. After 2 years, I've lost over half a dozen DVDs. I can't begin to list everything I've gone to look for, only to have it to be gone. Sometimes I find something a while later in a completely different spot, but most of the time we just never see it again. I had to get my Indiana driver's license, which meant I had to take their test. I took a study book home to read upon what they considered to be traffic laws. It was a couple days later, and I still haven't found it. The other day, my dad was home alone and the TV remote, which he keeps on the table next to his chair, was gone. He searched for over an hour, dissecting the bathroom, kitchen, dining room and living room, but he couldn't find it. Finally, he turned the TV on at the TV and went to make lunch. He turned on the oven and got frozen chicken out the freezer. He opened the bag of chicken and realised he forgot to get the bacon tray out of the oven, so he opened it and the tray was in the oven with the remote sitting on it. Another thing that happened once to me, my wife and I laid down in bed one night. Our dog jumped on it like she does, and I felt her flop down. When she did, I felt her lay up against my shins, which she also does. My wife told her to move, and I felt her move away from my legs. My wife told her to move again, and I said she did. My wife said she didn't move, and said she had been laying right in between us the whole time. I felt, and she was, nowhere near my shins. What had sat down and leaned up against me? No idea, but I had a hard time sleeping that night. My wife informed me that she feels something sitting down on our bed all the time. Other things that go on here include lights going off and on by themselves, the front door locking itself and me out 5 times, the TV turned on once by itself after I'd turned it off and set the remote down, and we were talking in here all the time. My wife and I sit in our room a lot, and usually I hear my name called from the hallway, and it sounds like my dad. In the beginning, I would respond or go out to talk, only to discover that he hadn't called me, or he was asleep, or he wasn't there at all. Plus, we leave our door cracked open so our cat can come and go happily. From where I sit, I can see the hall and I can easily see when he's in it. My wife has heard her name too as if he called, but not nearly as much as I hear mine. And when we hear our names called, the other of us doesn't hear it. The other day, I clearly heard my wife yell my name, which my dad didn't hear while sitting right next to me. She said she hadn't, while also having not heard it. And one day my dad, while home alone, heard someone yelling out to the living room from our bedroom, "Who's there?" And he didn't recognise the voice. He checked, and nobody was there. Well, we always thought it was the lady who lived here before. Now, we're not so sure. All 3 of us have seen a black, cloudy mist the size of a person float through here. I've seen it once or twice, my wife has seen it a few times, and Dad has seen it a dozen or more. One time during the day when it was really sunny out and the inside of our place was all lit up, Dad saw it come down the bathroom. Moved down the hall into our bedroom, and he said the bedroom went dark as if it were night out. My wife once woke me up and saw it above her and then disappeared up into the ceiling. The property we live on is 62 acres and used to be a play lake and campground. Over the years, many people came through and it was loved by everyone. The owner retired and closed the lake like 10 years or so ago. My dad, who has known the owner since he was a child, lived in a camper a few years before moving into the trailer and where we all live now. While we lived in the camper, Dad would often go sit outside at a picnic table and read. Right next to him was an old metal fishing shelter, and behind him was the gravel parking lot. One night he was shocked when a man walked toward the shelter and said hi to him. Dad said hi back, and the man asked some questions, mostly about the old people who owned the place. Dad said they went home if they would like to go up and talk to them, but he said no. He had to be somewhere and walked back around the shelter. My dad said he never heard a car come or go, so he wasn't sure where the guy came from or went to. We're in the country and there's nothing around us. If he had come from a neighbour's house and walked, it would have been very dark, especially if he came from the way he seemed to. It's all woods that way. My dad mentioned the man to the owners, who had incredible memories and knew everyone who ever came there to fish. They had no idea who he was. Months later, the man returned, the same way and at night. They spoke again, only this time when the man left, the same way as he had last time, my dad followed. When Dad got around the shelter, he saw nobody. After the lake closed, Dad wasn't the only one renting a camper from the owner, and all three of the renters, Dad included, would regularly hear cars running right next to their campers, or car doors shutting, yet no cars would ever be seen. That still goes on. Me or Dad are regularly going out at night to see if people are trespassing. Many have seen UFOs out there, and in all areas around there. A few times I was outside at night and heard breathing, growling, or footsteps that all sounded like an animal, particularly a dog of some kind. But when I went to check it out, I'd find nothing. Once I heard a cow moo, and another time I heard what I could only figure out was a goose. Though I'm really not sure what I've heard the sound before. And they both sound as if they came from the field in front of our place. Maybe a goose had been there, but it was highly more unlikely a cow was. One day I was outside and heard our cat meowing in front of our room inside. His litter box is in there, and when I take the dog out, the cat has separation anxiety from the dog. Cute, right? And we'll go into that room, climb up on my wife's desk, and look out the window at me. On this particular day, I heard him meowing and thought nothing of it, until I heard 4 or 5 very heavy footsteps walking rapidly into that room. Honestly, it didn't even sound like our floor making that noise. It sounded heavier, deeper. When the footsteps stopped, I heard my cat meow like I had never heard him meow before or since. I can't explain the sound, but honestly, it sounded like he were responding to whatever had gone in there without him. A moment later, I heard what sounded like my cat tearing out the room, and then I heard him meowing like he normally does, but from the front door. Back in the 70s, while my mom and aunt were dealing with my aunt's ex-boyfriend, my dad was dealing with something else entirely. He met a woman who told him about a friend of hers who had parties at her house all the time in Raymond. So we went. The friend, Chris, had lost her abusive husband when he passed, from what my dad doesn't know. Since he had never let her out of the house or have friends, when he died, she decided to start having parties and everyone was welcome. She would always cook large meals, feed everyone, and then they'd drink, smoke pot, listen to music, and party. His son, Earl, came home from the service, I think the Navy, and he brought home a bunch of drugs that he'd stashed while serving. Earl was a big guy, 6'6", 300 pounds. He had a lisp when he spoke and had sinus problems. The coke probably didn't help with that. One night, everyone partied and someone passed out, my dad included. Most were in the living room. Dad woke up and saw the living room full of smoke and thought the house was on fire. Before he could do anything, the smoke was gone, and he noticed the sheet that was hung up in the doorway to the hallway was laying up on the ceiling, and Earl was just beyond it in the living room with his arms up, his hands touching the ceiling. Dad looked down and saw his feet were off the floor. He had blood all over his face. Dad said several others were staring at Earl and freaking out, and Earl fell to the floor while the sheet fell back to its hanging position in the doorway. Earl told him that he had gone and passed out in the bed his dad had died in. He was awakened, heard a voice that sounded like his dad say, "There will be no more drugs in my house." And then he was hit hard in the nose, which shattered it. He also said he had floated all the way down the hall to the living room. Some people rushed to him to hospital. Later, the doctor told them that if he'd been hit any harder, his nose would have been pushed into his brain and killed him. My dad hung around with Earl's younger brother and searched the house for someone who might have come in and done that, but all they found was a metal bar laying on the floor next to the bed. I don't think Earl stopped doing drugs. I'm not sure, but the incident actually fixed his sinus problems and his lisp. Many things happened in and around the house, spiritually and otherworldly. The house was an old country house and had no indoor bathroom. There was an outhouse back behind the house. Dad said at night while partying, the guys would just go out on the side of the house to pee, while the women would squat or whatever. One night, Chris went out to use the bathroom and came back in, hysterical. She said she made it halfway to the outhouse when a bright light lit up everything around her from above, and she began floating up in the air. She grabbed a hold of the clothesline and said if it hadn't been for that, she wasn't sure where she'd be. It continued pulling her upward for a minute and then gave up. The light disappeared and she fell to the ground. Another night, some drunk guy talked my drunk dad into taking a drive to a cemetery. For whatever dumb drunken reason, they decided to steal a bunch of tiny flags that had been placed on vets' graves. They came across a broken headstone that was laying in the grass and picked it up with the intent to set it back upon the piece it broke off from. But when they got it picked up, the guy said to my dad that they should take it, so they did. When they got it back to Chris's house, they leaned it up against the side of the garage and forgot about it. Later, Chris went outside to use the bathroom. It was storming out. A flash of lightning lit everything up, and Chris screamed, then ran back into the house. She said when it flashed, she saw a man standing out there looking at her. She said his face was all scarred up. The guys ran outside looking for him, but found nobody. A while later, Dad went out to pee along the side of the house. He saw a shadow on the side of the house come up next to his, and he said hi, but got no response. So we looked around and saw the man standing there, scars on his face. They returned the headstone, and the guy never came back. They went down the road after that to a local pizza place bar, and found a guy there they knew and told him about it. He turned white, then told them about a guy who had left the bar, drove up the road, and crashed his car right in front of that cemetery and burned to death in his car. It was that guy. In 2008, I had to move and my girlfriend, my wife now, needed a place to live. So 3 months after we started dating, we were moving into a place together. It was a very small, one-bedroom ranch house with a basement in Silverton, Ohio. It was an older house that was designed strangely, had questionable features, and never felt welcoming. After a short time, things started going on there. Luckily nothing too crazy, but here's what went down. The basement was very creepy, and I'm not really creeped out that easily. But when I went down there, I felt as if I was being watched. And if I didn't have to go there to do laundry, I would have never gone. The air also felt a little thick down there all the time. When letting my dogs outside, they would always stop at that door and stare at it. And every now and then there would be a bang from down there, and we would hear upstairs what sounded like a trap door being released when someone was hung at the gallows. I never discovered what made that sound. The blind in the only kitchen window was the kind that rolled down and you had to tug on it to get it to roll up, except it never wanted to work for us. If we got it down, we could almost never get it rolled up, though sometimes it would just roll up on its own. I don't necessarily think that was paranormal, but who knows? Lastly, in the living room, the ceiling was like 10 feet up or higher, and there was a light on it that was operated by a pull string. It was a chain at the light and for a couple feet down, but there was a string tied to the chain that hung down further so it could be reached. When you used it to turn the light on or off, it made that familiar sound of the chain rubbing against the side of the hole, and then the click. We heard the chain rubbing all the time with no click, and the light never turned on or off by itself, but we gathered that whatever was pulling the string wasn't strong enough to get it to click. However, we did catch the string swaying after hearing the noise many times. In fact, one day I was sitting on the couch talking to my friend on the phone, and I just happened to look up at the string a second before it was pulled, and I saw it happen. It made the noise, and the string bounced up when it was let go of, and swung around like it always did. We moved after 8 months there, and I was happy to go. Not because of what went on, hauntings don't bother me like that, but because of how I felt in the house. Not really evil, but not good, either. Ever since my family moved into our current house, my room has always been off. Always the opposite temperature from the rest of the house. Things going missing and reappearing in places I'm absolutely sure I would never put them. Just to name a few. When I was 15, I was up at around 11 p.m. since I couldn't just fall asleep, and I think I saw someone or something standing by my closet closed door. Now, I didn't feel scared. If anything, it was oddly comforting, as if I had nothing to worry about. I didn't say anything to my parents because, as a teenager, do you really think that they believed me if I said there was something going on in there? Of course not. A few months of sporadically seeing the figure during the night, she disappeared, and my room was sort of stabilizing in temperature, and I can remember explicitly that I felt so relieved in the winter when my room was actually warm and not freezing cold, as it had been for the past year or so. Then, when I turned 17, my room's temperature went wonky again for a few days, and then I saw the figure again, still by my closet door even after I had moved some stuff around my room. It was also 11 again, as had happened the other times I saw the figure, and I again felt the same peace that I'd felt the other times. However, this time, it only stayed for 1 week, of which all 7 days she was there in front of my closet door. I had almost felt a little upset, thinking that maybe I'd done something to bother the figure, but eventually, thinking about my future career, dismissed what had occurred from my mind until today. Now, I turned 18 recently, and the happenings that had occurred in the past just came back to me without reason, and I commented about this to my friend, and they noticed how weirded out and uncomfortable I was with the thought of something being in my room, and she suggested that I use the TikTok filters that witches on the app that have been using to detect their deities or what they worship, and though I thought it was most likely just a glitch that could occur, but there's always a chance it could actually be true, I still did it because, again, I wasn't comfortable not knowing. So I got the app and I quickly tested the filters before I started going around my room, not seeing anything in the living room or kitchen, which was kind of comforting, but I still had to go test my room. I enter my room and turn on the filter, starting to look at the furthest area of the room and seeing nothing. Scanning around, and as soon as I turned the phone to the closet, the filter quickly worked, showing something moving in front of the door. I thought to myself, no, it must be the movement from the phone that made something appear to be there. So I switched filters and switched back with very little movement of the phone, and there was still something there. Now, normally I wouldn't believe that an app meant for entertainment purposes can show something paranormal in nature, but my wallet and textbook were on my higher shelf that I never moved stuff on or off, and underneath my desk, respectively. So, is there a possibility that my room is haunted? I have only lived in 2 houses my whole life, but both have been haunted. To preface this, I want to say I am not influenced by scary movies since I avoid them like the plague. I'm a fraidy cat, always have been, so I don't need spooky movies making me terrified. I'll start with the house I lived in from the time I was born until I was 19. This house had 3 bedrooms, a super creepy basement, and just always seemed dark. The experiences start with my brother, who is 4 years older than me. As a child, he would often see a soldier marching towards him wherever he was on the property. It terrified him for a long time before my very religious dad did something and that particular activity stopped. Though this did not stop my brother from having horrible night terrors for a long time, he would scream and cry but couldn't be woken up. Skipping ahead to my own experiences, I will start with the most frequent one. I shared a room with my sister until I was 12, she was 14. Naturally, we didn't get along great, but we respected each other's space. She made me sleep in the bed by our door, so I looked out into the hallway. We always kept our door mostly closed at night, but with a crack open to let our cat in to sleep wherever she wanted. I never told my sister because I didn't want to scare her, but like clockwork from the time I was 8, I would wake up in the middle of the night and see a man looking into our bedroom at me. He always stayed half hidden behind our door, but would just stand there staring. I tried to explain it away as my dad checking in on us, but since we shared a vent with my parents' rooms, I could easily hear him snoring while the man watched us. Time passed, and after my parents divorced, I didn't notice this activity again. I pretty much pushed it to the back of my mind when at 16, my sister's boyfriend at the time spent the night in our creepy basements. There was a bedroom down there, though no door on it since it was rarely used. He'd ended up staying late at our house, so was off to that room to sleep in. The next morning, he seemed disturbed, so I asked him what was wrong, and he kinda tried shrugging it off and saying it was nothing. I insisted he tell me, and when he finally did, I was horrified. All night, there had been a man peeking at him from behind our water heater that sat in the far end of the basement across from the bedroom. I confided with him and my sister about what I'd seen for the years her and I shared a room, and we all agreed it was super creepy. A couple years later, my sister and brother told me that sometimes in the middle of the night, they'd wake up to me muttering, sitting up straight in bed. They tried to get me to stop playing annoying older siblings while actually being freaked out since my eyes were always closed. Though apparently they never could make me stop or wake up. I would eventually snap my head in whatever direction they were in and, in their words, growl at them to get out. I've never been afraid of walking in the dark in any house other than that one. It's unnerving but not terrifying in any way. But turning off the lights and going up the very dark stairs to my room always felt a bit scarier. There was one night in particular that stands out. I'd walked down those dark stairs without a problem, but when it came to walk back up, I just went cold with dread. I was staring at the dark space of the landing and I just knew something was there. The house was old and of course there were spots that creaked when you stepped on them, but that landing never made phantom creaking noises unless someone was on it. So when I heard it creak as if someone was adjusting their weight, I turned on every light I could, not caring if I woke up my dad, and for the first time in 3 years, I prayed. What convinced me this event was paranormal in nature is that I've never been struck motionless with fear before. The stairs in particular unnerved me, but not so much that I felt in danger, just being near them. Besides that, lights have randomly come on, the most notable being the one on a dimmer switch. I couldn't put anything on my walls because it would always fall off, and things constantly went missing only to turn up right when I got annoyed when I couldn't find them. For the most part, the experiences in that house were more annoying, but they could suddenly take a sinister and terrifying turn at any given moment. That house seemed to bring you down, leave you depressed and angry. Whatever was in that house was all wrong. Onto my new house, I moved halfway across the country with my boyfriend, into a small 3-bedroom house. It's a comfy place, and one I instantly felt more comfortable in than my previous home. At first, nothing happened. Then one day, I was all alone in our bedroom when, plain as day, it looked like someone lifted my kitten and gently placed her on the bed next to me. At the time, he was in a corner against the wall. I was sitting up in that corner of the bed against the wall, reading, when I looked up and saw her back arched and her feet slightly above the mattress as she freaking glided over to me. It freaked me out. I couldn't rationalize this, so I just picked her up and went downstairs while my boyfriend was playing video games. One day when I was in my backyard, I saw a light left on in the small bedroom that had become my office. I knew I'd turned it off, and the door is always closed so my cats don't knock anything fragile over. I decided to go in and turn it off, leaving my boyfriend outside, only to walk upstairs and see the door wide open and the light now off. I closed the door, made sure it wouldn't happen again, then went back outside and didn't say anything. Suddenly, that particular door opening became a regular thing until one day I walked in there and decided to try asking it to stop. I just said, "Can you keep this door closed, please? It's so the cats don't break anything." After that, the door stopped turning up open. My boyfriend is in the army, so naturally he spends some time away from home. On one such night, I was sleeping when at about 2 in the morning I heard a smash. Now, this is the day I realised I am fearless when still sleepy. I grumbled down those stairs, pissed to be woken up, and peeked into my kitchen, angry at the cat for knocking things off the counter. I didn't see anything at first, but once I stepped into the kitchen, I stepped directly onto broken glass. Thankfully, I didn't cut myself, so I cleaned it up and went back to bed. It wasn't until the next morning that I realised, 1, the glass was in the centre of the kitchen, and 2, it was all piled into one place, every last shard, like it had already been swept into that space. I scoured the kitchen looking for any more glass and didn't find anything. The last bigger experience I had was when I fell asleep on the little futon in my office. I was relaxing in there and reading late one night and fell asleep when suddenly I woke up. I wasn't scared, just felt like I was in the way or being annoying. Like after midnight, I should be in my own room. I had to wonder if maybe that room was claimed by whoever or whatever is in my house. Like they're okay if I use it, but when it's bedtime, I should just be in my own bed. I don't think the presence in this house is malicious. Rather, I find it very helpful at times. When my cats are getting into something they shouldn't be in, I've seen them get pushed away, like someone is using their front foot to get them away from whatever they shouldn't be messing with. They seem to help the cats too. I know the cats have gotten stuck in the bathroom, accidentally being closed in, and I'll hear a small knocking sound on whatever room I'm in until I let the cat out. This at first unsettled me, but now it's just very helpful and nice. Sometimes I also get a very strong feeling to check our door before bed, and every single time I get that feeling, it's unlocked. I like my doors locked at night, so this has been very helpful. Many of you paranormal enthusiasts may have already heard by the word Nahual. No mistaking with Nahual, which is a native people here in Mexico, and I would guess that on also some other countries in Latin America. We call that way to people who can shapeshift into animals. Well, it was a cold night. I remember because it was really odd around that zone of the country. My parents' house is in a small town, and back in the day, it was one of the last houses on the outsides of town, so not many neighbours, but a lot of trees and nature around. The house has a long backyard, where we used to have sheep, and on one side, a small water stream, and trees to the side. Suddenly, the sheep started to bleat very loud, something we could call screams. My father then went to give a check on the window in the back side of the house. I still recall his face when he came back quickly. And smoothing his voice, he told to my mom, "Go ask your father and brothers to come here immediately." There were 4 brothers, my grandfather and my father. When everyone was there, a few minutes later, my father started to tell what he saw. In the barnyard, we had 10 sheep. At the moment my father gave a look, all of them were heaped just in one corner. At the center, there was some kind of big animal. My father described it as a bear, which makes totally no sense. But he said it was big, hairy, and it seemed to be eating one of the sheep there. The one sheep was screaming really bad. Then, my grandfather told my mom to keep inside of the house and keep me in there also with her. If you go outside now, you may catch a bad air. Mal air in Spanish. So he made some kind of prayer, holding his machete. On his prayer, I remember he said the names of my uncles and also my father's. They went outside. My grandfather started to yell at the darkness, telling things like, "Go away, you have nothing to do here, leave this house." My father told me that he saw how this thing was in a pose, like eating the sheep, which was laying on the ground, still screaming by the way. And when my grandfather yelled at it, this thing seemed to stop and rise its head up towards my family. This being was only staring at them, not a single noise, also not red or shining eyes. Only the shadow looked like it was looking at them. So my father decided to do something at last. He took a big rock he picked up from the ground and threw it at this thing. Maybe not the best thing to do in this situation, but apparently this being was not that strong. Or maybe because on our side were 6 men armed with machetes. But when the rock hit it, this being turned his back and ran away into the forest, running on 4 legs like an animal would do. This was when they came close to the sheep. They saw how the sheep on the ground was still alive, but completely unskinned. It was horrifying to say the least. My grandfather sacrificed it to stop the suffering. After that night, a family friend who was known for being quite an old man, but still working on heavy farm labor, even heavier than young men, and that used to practice sorcery to heal people, told us a story about someone new in town that apparently was a Nahual. He told us he'd spoken to the man and asked him to leave the town. Indeed, we never happened to live something similar like that. My house was built in the 1950s, but the land had been in my family since before the Civil War. There was a farmhouse there before the war, which was burnt down. I live in the southern United States. So my house wasn't old, but the land and the history sure was. My ancestors were white farmers who helped run escaped slaves up north before and during the war. We've always been proud of our civil rights involvement. My grandmother marched in several demonstrations in the 60s. This is all just background info. Let's get to the apparitions. My great aunt was as sensitive, as was my great grandmother, and my mom, though mom wasn't as sensitive as the other women in the family. I got my sensitivity from these incredible women. I'm not psychic, I'm not esoteric. I can only tell you what I experienced growing up. My house was a 2-story, with an attic and basement. It was a big house with so many rooms. My first memory of the paranormal was when I was in kindergarten. I was walking upstairs to my room when I heard an old radio show playing from another upstairs bedroom. Our guest rooms had old radios and TVs that didn't work, but looked very vintage and cool. I sat down and listened, laughing at the jokes. When I rose back up and took one step up, the sound stopped. So I went back to the step I sat on and heard it again. When I stepped down to the next step, it was silent. I could only hear it from that step. I didn't always hear the radio when I stood on that step, but that step is the only place I heard it. There was a ghost I would play with on those steps too. A little boy in brown short pants with brown shoes and a white button-up shirt. He would appear when I was going upstairs, hanging his legs through the banisters along the upstairs landing. He would laugh and wave. Sometimes he would get up and run. My mom played with the same child ghost when she was little. Sometimes, when I was in my room sleeping, the sounds of a small party of people would wake me up. It was coming from the room where I thought the radio I heard on the steps would play. I would listen to people laughing, hear them moving around, smell cigarettes even though no one in my house smoked. I would get fed up after a while and stick my head out the door. I would ask them to keep it down. I had school the next day. The ghosts would go silent after that. I would see a tall, sad black woman in my basement. She wore a long, simple brown skirt with a reddish-pink skirt. She wore a white scarf on her head. Sometimes she would be weeping in the corner. I asked my great-grandmother about that corner, and she told me that the old house had a hidden tunnel that my ancestors would hide slaves in. While our house wasn't in the same location as the old house, the tunnel ran right through the spot where we would eventually have our basement. Back in 2015, my freshman year in college, my older sister and I became roommates and moved into a new home that she had bought. It was a nice home, fairly large for just 2 people. 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 2 living rooms, laundry room, dining room and kitchen. Now my sister is about 12 years my senior, so I found it odd that she would want me as her roommate. Being that she was in her early 30s and in a much more settled time in her life, and I was the typical college party animal staying up late, coming home at random hours of the night, with the occasional guest. We were total opposites. However, she told me I wouldn't have to pay rent or bills if I moved in, so who was I to say no? Plus, it beat living at the dorms at my university. Upon moving in, I only took a while to get a clue as to why she wanted a roommate so bad. As nice as a house as it was, that home had some creepy and uneasy vibes to it that I picked up on fairly quickly. Maybe it was the fact that the place felt big for just 2 people, but almost immediately, I felt like I was never alone in that house. Like something was always watching me. But I never expressed these feelings to my sister. Not right away, anyway. The first few things I started witnessing were the moving dining room chairs. My sister had this set of dining room chairs that were relatively heavy for what they were. Like you actually had to apply some force to move the things in and out of wherever you were going to sit. And because they had some weight to them, they made a very distinct sound whenever you scrapped the wooden legs against the floor when pulling the chair in and out. One day I was in the TV room watching Netflix. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening and I was home alone. That particular day had been a lazy one, nothing lounging around for me. I'd watched Netflix for so long that I was no longer paying attention to the TV, but was rather fixated on my phone, scrolling through social media while the TV played in the background. So I was much more aware of the background noise than I would have been if I'd been focusing on the TV. I was scrolling through Instagram and suddenly I heard a quick of the dining room chair being dragged. My eyes immediately focused towards the entrance of the TV room. Surely I was hearing things, right? I thought maybe my sister had gone home and had sat down without hearing her come in. But then again, this wasn't possible. She'd told me that she'd be at work at this time. I got up to go check who was in our home, but almost immediately I heard a much longer and louder smack. This one was the one that made my hair stand up and caused my heart to start beating fast. The first sound sounded as if someone had bumped into the chair. The chair had to have been dragged in order to make that second sound. Although my heart was racing, I can honestly say that I was about 20% scared, 80% intrigued. I opened the TV room door and peeked around the corner of the wall that allows me to see out the room, through the kitchen and partially into the dining room. Fuck me! The farthest dining room chair was leaning up against the wall in the back of the room. Someone or something had dragged the chair out and bumped it into the wall, which explains the smack I'd heard after the second sound. I stared out into the dining room for about a minute and had goosebumps almost throughout that time. I decided that I would not leave that TV room until my sister came home, so I turned around, locked the door, and got back under the blanket I'd taken with me. However, the chairs did not stop creaking, and I could clearly hear them moving around from time to time for the entire 2 hours that I waited for it to get home. That was the first paranormal activity, if that's what you want to call it, that I'd ever experienced, not just at home, but ever. I didn't tell my sister for some odd reason that I don't understand looking back, but those chairs moving would go on to become the norm for me. I'd be in any room and I could hear them move. I'd somehow accepted the fact that something is moving those chairs, but never really feared the fact that it was happening. And so life in our home kept going. A couple months went by with the typical chair activity, when one night I got woken up by a voice calling out to me. I still remember the sound of that voice till this very day, and I'm getting chills just reminiscing about it in order to write about it for you guys. The day this happened to me was on the final day of final exams for the fall semester, so the previous night I had spent pulling an all-nighter for the final 2 exams that I had on that day. I got home and from school around 3 p.m, opened my closet, which was on the left-hand side of my bed, threw my backpack in there and collapsed onto my bed. I was out almost immediately. Now, I'm someone that never sleeps with my closet doors open. I've always found it creepy since I was a kid from all the scary stories, so I just grew up that way. I was so tired from my all-nighter that day, I guess I didn't think about the doors being open when I fell asleep. Fast forward, it's now late at night. I'd slept through the whole day and was still in a heavy sleep. I was in my heavy state of sleep when I suddenly heard a very stern whisper say, "Hey." That woke me up. I remember sitting up in a sit-up type manner on my bed and looking at my left, and that's where I heard the whisper come from. I look over to my closet and it's pitch black compared to the rest of my room, and I noticed that the door wasn't closed. I wasn't spooked at all at first. I was sitting up in bed, looking around my closet and the rest of the room. I finally decided that I must have heard the voice in my dream. I'm just going to go back to bed. I lay back down, rested my head on the pillow, and immediately upon closing my eyes again to go back to bed, I heard it again. Only this time wasn't much of a whisper. "Hey," it called out to me from the direction of my closet. I shot out of bed and turned on my lights. This time I knew I wasn't dreaming voices. I had physically woken up and sat up in bed. I'd looked around. I wasn't asleep. This voice was very real and it was trying to make contact with me. I looked at my phone and the time was 4 a.m. I finally mustered the courage to close my closet door and I eventually dozed back off to sleep. But that voice still lingers in my memory from time to time, and it's made me into a believer that the paranormal is, in fact, real. When I was 14, I had a strange encounter that still puzzles me to this day. On the weekends, I'd sometimes go to my mother's place. My parents had divorced. The house she lived on was converted into several small apartments. It was a creepy old farmhouse. The house was at least 150, maybe 200 years old. My mom told me off and on of strange sounds that she had been hearing and seeing things in the corner of her eyes, feelings of being watched. This one particular evening, I spent the night I brought my N64 because my mom would go to bed early and I'd still be up for a few more hours. I still remember to this day what game I was playing, WWF No Mercy. I was sitting Indian style on the floor playing the story mode. I just finished a mission in the game and set down the controller to the left of me, behind me. Directly behind me was a recliner. I'll never forget what I saw next. I went to grab the controller and saw what appeared to be a hoof, like a horse next to the controller on the floor. Insects and blood were coming out of the silver that separated the hoof. I thought to myself, how strange. I slowly glanced up and this demonic figure was staring back at me. It leaned towards me, its face got down on my face and grinned the most evil smile. The eyes black, face red, one winged creature. Blood was dripping from its teeth. It was so surreal, I immediately went into a panic attack and blacked out. I learned later it was the fight or flight response.
Several seconds later I came to, laying on the floor. I could barely move. The demonic figure was in the chair, laughing at me. It was as if my fear and energy had been sucked dry from me. I lost all strength. I did all I could to crawl to my mom's room and woke her up. After I woke her up, we talked, and she believed me. She told me that she too had seen the same thing earlier that week, but didn't want to scare me. I don't want to make of it all, and still think of it to this day. I've no doubt about demons and angels are real, and believe me, the last thing you ever want to encounter is a demon smiling in your face. When I was around 2 to 5 years old, my family used to live in a small apartment. We moved in our new home when my mum got pregnant. When we lived in the apartment, I didn't have a lot of friends since there were no kids my age living in the neighbourhood. There was no nursery in my small town, and obviously I wasn't old enough to go to school yet. So I used to play by myself and with my good friend Joe Bet. His name is relevant for later. The problem is I was the only one who could see and speak with Joe, and Joe was a grown-up man. We used to play with my Hot Wheels and we talked together. My mum would sometimes hear me have a conversation alone in my bedroom and come by and check who I was talking to, but could not see anyone in the room. Every time I asked, I answered, with my friend Joe. Up to this point, it would have been a pretty normal situation for a lonely kid to get an imaginary friend, and I would have thought that myself too if it stopped there. But the things got a bit stranger when my parents bought a house and planned to move out. I remember some of my Hot Wheels moving alone and some of my toys getting in the living room when we were not home. My mum also told me recently that she started to feel weird in my room at that time, like someone was watching her. My dad doesn't remember anything weird except some of my toys getting out of my room when we were not home, but as he said, he wasn't home often with his work, so we may have missed some clues. We moved to our new home and everything stopped. At first my mum assumed that my entry into kindergarten and me making friends was the reason why I didn't need Joe anymore. But the plot got even weirder. The other family who rented the apartment got in touch with my mom and started asking her questions about the apartment, and more precisely about my bedroom. Their son has got the same bedroom that I had, and like me, he started playing and talking alone in his bedroom. When his parents asked him who he was speaking to, he also answered, Joe. My mom told me that I did the same and answered the same when she questioned me about it. The only difference was his last name. I would always tell to my mom that his name was Joe Bet, and the other kid named him Joe Blow. In both cases, his name was Joe and his surname started with a B. It's a fairly strange coincidence if it is one. I still can't figure out exactly what was happening by that time, and if it was in fact a ghost or entity, or only just two lonely kids with a lot of imagination. At least Joe was a good guy and helped me get through my childhood.
When I was around 8 years old, I first met my 3 friends who moved to the neighbourhood, which we have lived in for the past 20 years. The circumstances of them moving to the neighbourhood was loosely told to me growing up by them, but as they were kids at the time, they didn't really remember exactly what happened. A couple of months ago, I was at my friend's house and we were talking about paranormal activity we've experienced. That was when my friend's mother sat down and told me in detail what happened in their old home, which made them move to the neighbourhood. I knew it was crazy, but I didn't expect to hear what I did. I will try my best to detail all the things she told me. Apologies in advance for the bad spelling and grammar. This all took place in the early 1980s. As a young couple with a baby, they were looking for a council house. Council house is a form of public or social housing, built in by local municipalities in the United Kingdom, around the Nottingham area. They came across a neighbourhood which they wanted to live in and looked around the properties there. They were then informed of a house in that area which had become available. When they went to visit the house, they noticed that the door to the basement had been bricked up. The other houses in that area all had access to their basements. They thought it was odd, but nevertheless nothing concerning. From what I was told, the first couple of years which they lived in the house, nothing happened. It was just a normal house. The father was still studying electrical engineering, and the mother was a housewife. By this time, they had 2 more children. Later on, one of their neighbours who frequently visited the house told the mother that she sensed a bad spirit in the house, and they should get the house blessed. They didn't do so when they first moved in. My friend's mother agreed, but told me she regretted it deeply as all hell broke loose after that. She thought the events that transpired were caused by the blessing. The first thing which started to happen was
My friend, who was the oldest at the time, started to become restless at night and complain that something was scaring him. My friend's mom thought it was just normal, as he just moved into his own room for the first time. But this started to become a daily occurrence, and she started to worry about him. It became that bad that he refused to sleep by himself. He said he saw a black woman with long fingers and frizzly hair in his room. Eventually, all three brothers would sleep in the same room. Later, they started to hear scratching and knocking noises in the house. The way she described the noises was like ticking on the windows and scratching noises in the corner of the rooms. This would last for minutes. She couldn't understand where exactly the noises were coming from. As the months went along, things became increasingly strange. She told me how they started to smell rotten fish throughout the house, and then it would just suddenly disappear. My friends, who were the oldest and youngest, were the ones who were greatly affected by the events in the house. The middle child had become attached to the spirit. He would frequently play by himself and talk to the spirits when his brothers weren't around. Later on, the father started to become a target. My friend's mom told me there was an instance where he punished the three boys, and especially the middle child, for doing something wrong. Later that night, he had a dream of getting chased by a demon dog, which ended up biting him. He woke up the next day with a giant bite mark on his chest. One of the most frightening things which she told me was that, at night, she felt that something was standing near the windowsill, and then it would jump on the bed, and then jump back on the windowsill. She would get up and start to pray as the bed was shaking, and it would eventually stop. They would also start to hear sinister laughing throughout the house, as if something demonic was taunting them. There were also instances where she saw paw prints on the kitchen floor as if a dog had been walking around. Only problem was that they didn't have a dog. They asked one of their uncles to house sit for them as they took the three kids for a day out. They wanted to get their minds off the events and have a normal day for a change. The uncle was told of what was happening in the house, but he was a skeptic. He said he would deal with what was in the house himself while they were gone. Later that night, when they arrived home, they were shocked to discover the front door wide open and all the lights in the house on. They phoned the uncle and asked him where he was. He told them that he challenged the spirit in the house and was thrown across the room. He started to hear laughing, at which point he ran out the door. As you can imagine, things became very desperate, so they contacted the local council and informed them of what was happening in the house. Eventually, a woman from the council came to visit their home to reassure them that they would do something to make it better. My friend's mother later learned that the woman who came to visit ended up in hospital with a mysterious illness and later refused to go anywhere near the house again. The meetings which they had subsequently all took place in a pub, which was half a mile down the road. Thankfully, the council found them another house, on the street where we live now. On the last day, when they were packing their things into the car to move out, the middle son was walking in the house by himself, without a care for anything. He was the only one who didn't want to move. The family later discovered that numerous couples had left the house after their departure. No one stayed in the house for more than a few months. After doing some research, they were informed by local people that a black woman with a dog had committed suicide in that house. From what I understand, the house is now a part of a Chinese takeaway. I have lived in this house with my husband and two teenage sons for 2 years now. Every one of us has heard the same thing, time after time. When sitting in the living room at night, you can hear what sounds like someone pacing back and forth on the front porch. Sometimes there will be light knocking on the door and the walls. When we check, no one is there. No wild animals, nothing that could explain the noise at all. We have kind of made a joke out of it. Oh, the ghost is back, haha. None of us are really true paranormal believers, although I am open to the possibility. Just skeptical. I want to explore all options before jumping to conclusions. Well, my mother has been staying with us for the past week and has been sleeping on a pull-out bed in the living room. She tells me that it goes on all night long and can actually get pretty intense. We are all always in our bedrooms at night, on the opposite side of the house, so we had never really experienced what she said. About an hour ago, my mother and I are watching a movie in the living room, about 10 PM where I live. My husband had gone out and the kids were playing Smash Bros in the back room. We had heard the pacing a few times and talked about it a little earlier. There was a few minutes of quiet and then 3 heavy, distinct knocks on the front door that sounded just like my husband had come back and had his hands full of groceries. So I reach over and open the door, still looking at the TV screen, and say, "You're back, come on in." Only no one comes in. We stop the movie and I look around outside. Nothing. My husband isn't back yet. Nothing else is around. My mum tells me again that this happens every night. I've never heard it so distinct, but she tells me it's happening every night. She then says, sort of jokingly, "I think there was someone out there that wanted in, and I think you just gave him an invitation." At this very moment, as soon as that proclamation left her lips, the light bulb flickered about 5 seconds and then blew out completely, leaving us sitting there in the dark. We both panicked for a few seconds and then kind of tried to laugh it off. We restart the movie we were watching, and for the rest of the movie, we heard no creeping around outside. I don't want to admit it, but I am feeling scared right now. I went to the bathroom and one of the bulbs in there had done the same flicker, but it didn't burst like the other. This isn't something that has happened before. It's not a wiring problem, at least not one that existed before the incident. From the time I was born until I was around 6 years old, my family and I lived in a townhouse close to the city's community college. It wasn't particularly old, and as far as my parents knew, the house had no dark past to speak of. There's a good chance the house was built on old farmland. I can explain this more in a second post if needed. And there was certainly a Native American presence in the area not long ago. But the house itself was totally normal. My parents moved into the house in 2001 and hadn't had anything out of the ordinary occur until after I was born, sometime around late 2004 to early 2005. This is the first odd experience my family had in the house, as told to me by my mom. My mom was very close friends with her supervisor. We'll call her Christy. Christy was over at our house quite often, since my mom often consulted her for help with her work, and she would usually bring her son over to play with me. On this particular day, it was just her. My mom and Christy were down in the kitchen, talking at the table. My dad was upstairs in one of the bedrooms, changing my diaper. My mom got up to use the bathroom, which was just across the hall from the kitchen by the front door, and Christy stayed at the table. As my mom was in the bathroom, out of nowhere she hears a woman's voice she doesn't recognise say something along the lines of, "Hello, handsome." My mom, thinking a neighbour has come over to say hello, thinks nothing of it, and when she comes out of the bathroom, she asks Christy if anyone's over. Christy looks at my mom, baffled, and tells her that no one else has entered the house, and that she hadn't heard the woman's voice. As Christy and my mum look around the house, puzzled, my dad comes downstairs holding me and asks, "Who stopped by to say hello?" He'd heard the same woman's voice. No one could figure out where the voice had come from, or how both my mum and dad, on 2 separate floors at that time, had both heard the same voice. Christy told my mum she got a weird feeling at the home, but my parents just wrote it off and figured it was just a strange coincidence. This proved to only be the beginning. It was around this time as well that my mum began capturing these strange balls of light in every picture she took in the house. Now my mum acknowledges herself that capturing a picture or two containing an orb is nothing out of the ordinary, considering orbs can be caused by dust and tricks of the light, but this was different. These orbs were appearing in every picture she would take. My mum cut the camera straps off her cameras, tried using disposable Kodak cameras instead of our digital one, got the house deep cleaned several times, took pictures in different parts of the house to avoid light contamination, and even bought an entirely new digital camera, but the orbs still appeared in every single photo. There are hundreds of photos sitting in albums in our living room with these massive orbs in them. These orbs show up again later in the story, but for the sake of trying to keep the timeline straight, I'll table this part of the story here. My mum hosted a group for mothers of young babies at our home, and Christy also happened to be a part of this group. One day, the group was over at the house and seated in a circle in our living room, when suddenly Christy looked up towards our couch and screamed, pointing towards it. She looks at my mum in a panic and shouts, "There is a man standing behind your couch." The rest of the group looks over and sees no one there. It wouldn't have been possible for there to have been someone behind the couch anyway. The couch was pushed up against the wall. Christy grabbed her son and ran out of the house, and although she and my mom remained friends, We haven't seen each other in years, but they're still friends on Facebook. Christy refused to enter that house ever again. Christy had seen the pictures containing the orbs, since they were actually pictures of me and her son together that showed the orbs floating around us. Seeing this man behind the couch was the last straw. She stuck to her word and never returned to the house for the remainder of our time there. It was around this time that my parents began to feel off in the house, especially when spending time in the basement and in my bedroom. My mum would try as hard as she could to avoid spending too much time in the basement. Both of my parents have told me that they felt like they were being watched as they tucked me into bed some nights. And then one day, the activity presented itself while my dad was at work. For a little backstory, not sure if anyone else has experienced this as a child, but I was absolutely obsessed with these classical music CDs called Baby Einstein. They had these weird puppet creatures that represented different artists and composers, and all of the CDs were narrated by the same woman whose name escapes me now. Anyways, I was in the living room asleep while my mom was in the kitchen cooking. She was playing one of the Baby Einstein CDs over some speakers we had, so I wouldn't wake up and bother her as she cooked. As she's cooking, she starts hearing what sounds like a woman talking over the music. My mom could tell it was not the narrator, since this woman sounded younger and was not talking during one of the pieces. The narrator only came on between the songs. Although my mom couldn't take out exactly what the woman was saying, she described it to me as hearing the woman having a conversation. She sounded happy, and my mom could hear the tone of her voice changing as she talked. At first, my mom thought maybe she was just overhearing someone talking outside, but when she peeked through the blinds to the kitchen window, she saw no one. Thinking maybe it was just coming from somewhere else, she walked out onto the deck, looking out into the forest behind the house. Again, no one. At this point, the woman had stopped talking, and my mom was beginning to be convinced what she was experiencing was something paranormal. After this, the activity around the house came to a head. There was one night my aunt was over with my mom, helping her out around the house while my dad was at work. Another quick bit of backstory, my room was very dark and it was sometimes very hard to hear what was going on up there from downstairs. For this reason, my parents bought a baby monitor to stick in my room so they would know if I was crying or if I wasn't sleeping well. This was long before the days of video monitors, so all this monitor had was a cheap microphone and some red lights that showed how loud the noise in the room was. Also in my room, sitting directly across from my crib, was an old rocking chair that my mom had inherited from her grandma. My aunt and my mom had just put me to sleep, and were sitting downstairs when they started hearing a noise over the baby monitor. At first they couldn't quite make it out, but very quickly realised what they were hearing. It was the sound of the rocking chair, creaking back and forth as if someone was sitting in it. The only person that should have been upstairs at the time was myself, but I was fast asleep. My aunt and my mom were downstairs, and my dad was still at work. The two stood up from their chairs in a panic, but as soon as they stood, the creaking noise stopped suddenly. They walked upstairs and into my room, and found nothing out of the ordinary. I was still fast asleep, and the rocking chair looked as though it had never been disturbed. They walked back downstairs, and as soon as they sat back down, the creaking started again. This cycle of creaking over the baby monitor, walking upstairs to find everything undisturbed, and then sitting back down and hearing the creaking start again, continued for about an hour, and it reached a point where my aunt was convinced we should leave the house and stay in a hotel for the night. Not too long after, my dad came home, and the creaking stopped completely. At this point, my mum was convinced that her and my dad's feelings of discomfort surrounding my bedroom were justified, and began looking for ways to solve the problem. Although my dad remained skeptical, my mum was convinced that what was going on in the house was paranormal, and began trying to find ways to reach out to whatever was in the house. At this point, my mum had accumulated hundreds of pictures containing the orbs, and wanted to see if she could capture something more compelling in a photo. One day, she decided to take the camera and point it at random spots in the house. Before snapping the picture, she said aloud, "Can you give me some sort of sign that you're here?" She snapped the photo, and as she looked down at the screen, she was shocked. In the picture, several separate balls of light appear in the center of the screen, up against the wall, but they appear in a straight horizontal line. She is ecstatic that not only did she capture something more compelling than an orb, she also managed to capture some sort of intelligence from what she was now convinced was a spirit living in our home.
She tried asking for more signs, but in the absence of anything else, she began combing through the hundreds of pictures she'd already captured, looking for anything else that could show that these were more than just a trick of the eye or dust particles floating in the air. After a good amount of time searching, she found what she was looking for. A picture of me and Christy's son featuring an orb, but the orb was different. Inside the orb was the outline of what appeared to be some sort of face. She immediately began searching around the internet for paranormal investigators and contacted a team in the area to see if they'd be willing to come and check out the house. The investigators asked her to tell them about the experiences we'd been having, and although they were a little apprehensive, they finally agreed to check things out. Before coming out to investigate, the investigators told her that normally they would not be willing to come check out a house if all the residents had to show for the ghosts were pictures of orbs and personal testimony, but that they were convinced by both the sheer amount of pictures that my mom had and the two very bizarre photos, one featuring the line of the orbs and the other featuring the orb with the face. The investigators did come over, albeit slightly skeptical, but they immediately began experiencing strange activity. Almost as soon as the investigators walked upstairs into my bedroom, all of their camera batteries died almost simultaneously. This actually freaked them out, with one of them looking at my dad and saying, "Your house is weird, man." These were all new batteries and they died in 5 minutes. The same thing happened down in the basement, with batteries dying left and right, affecting all sorts of equipment. Microphones and digital recorders picked up strange, staticky feedback, and their electromagnetic field readers picked up odd spikes, both in my bedroom and in the basement. My parents' suspicions about the house had been confirmed by professionals, and the investigators were convinced that there was something off about the house. After reviewing the evidence and doing some deliberating, the investigators told my parents that they wanted to return to the house a second time, this time with more equipment, since they were convinced there was more evidence to be captured. My parents eagerly set up the follow-up and waited. Now, this is where this story becomes a little muddy. I do 100% believe my mom, and the fact that my dad, a skeptic, backs her up on a lot of these stories makes it extra compelling to me. But this last part of the story has always left a bad taste in my mouth. My mom was a very spiritual person. She always believed in angels, certain stones carrying supernatural powers and the like. She's a therapist and a hypnotist, so I get it. But I guess what I'm trying to say here is to maybe take this final portion of the story with a grain of salt. Yes, it's odd, but I don't want to make assumptions about what was going on, and neither should you. I wouldn't be telling this story if I wasn't convinced it was real, but this final portion has always seemed a little odd. Anyways, my mum had set up a consultation with a woman claiming to be a psychic medium, well before the paranormal investigators came over to visit the house. The appointment was only a week or so before the investigators were scheduled for their follow-up. Anyways, during the appointment, the woman asked my mom about the strange experiences we've been having in the house, and the medium told my mom that she'd picked up on the energy of a man in the house. She said he was lonely, and that he'd latched onto my family since he'd been over on his own. Obviously, this doesn't explain the woman's voices we heard in the house, but whatever. Like I said, this whole thing seemed a little odd to me. The woman asked my mom if she wanted her to either cleanse the house or leave it be. Knowing that the investigators were returning soon, my mom told the woman not to do anything to the house. She wanted to see what could be captured with more advanced equipment. The medium told her she wouldn't, but when my mom returned home afterwards, she noticed the entire house felt different. It felt like a heavy weight had been lifted out of the house atmosphere. She began to suspect that the medium had cleansed the house anyway. Not sure how that's possible, considering the medium never actually visited the house. Maybe someone in the comments can explain how this works. And her suspicions were only confirmed when the investigators returned for the second time and captured absolutely nothing. No strange EMF readings, no cold spots, no electronic malfunctions, nothing.
Back in 2000, when I was 20, a friend of mine, female 19, decided she wanted to get an apartment and asked if I'd be her roommate. I didn't need a place to stay, but decided we'd do it anyway. We moved to a nice apartment complex right next to and behind the house where my aunt saw her dead ex-boyfriend. The place was nice, and newer, so the thought of it being haunted never crossed my mind. I didn't even experience anything until my roommate got homesick a month in and had to move back in with her folks, leaving me there alone for about 3 months. It started with the lights coming on by themselves. I would go to bed, always turning the lights off and always closing my bedroom door. I was meticulous about the lights because that's how I was raised. I'd go to bed and at some point my eyes would see light coming in under the door. I thought my roommate came home, so I'd get out of bed excited to see her, only to discover I was still alone and the dining room or bathroom lights would be on. Then the knocking started. Right after I'd lay down, there would be 3 loud knocks on my bedroom door. Again, I'd think my roommate had come home. I'd get up to greet her, only to see I was still alone. A week or so before Christmas, my roommate and I went out gift shopping and went back to the apartment to wrap everything. When we were done, we were both standing at the door, checking to see if we had everything before leaving. The apartment was completely quiet, and we heard this clearly. My acoustic guitar, which I had leaning up against my wall in the bedroom, with the pick stuck between 3 strings, was plucked, each string in succession, and slid along the wall until hitting the floor. We just looked at each other, then walked to my bedroom to find the guitar on the floor, with the pick still stuck between the strings. Those strings had been plucked, meaning the pick had been used, and then replaced when done. At Christmas, during a party with her and some other friends at the apartment, the VCR turned itself off. It did that 1 or 2 other times while living there, never before or after. For Christmas, my girlfriend got me a guitar tablature book for Pink Floyd's The Wall. One night, I sat on the floor of my bedroom learning how to play a song from it. When I was done, I put the pick in the strings and set my guitar up on the wall. But instead of closing the book as I normally did, I left it open and went to bed. Just after laying down, I heard the pages in the book flipping on their own. It was a thick book, but the song I had been learning was somewhere in the middle. I figured the weight of the pages made it change pages on its own. But when they stopped flicking, I got curious and got up to look. The pages stopped flipping on the song Hey You, and when I read the title, I got chills and shut the book, pleaded with the ghost to let me sleep, and I went back to bed. While laying there, I realized if the pages had flipped on their own from the weight, they would have gone the other way, away from that song. After that, I started calling the ghost Pink. Anytime something happened, I would just say, "Oh, hey Pink." But one night, I'd been out with a friend until about 2 a.m, and when I opened my door and stepped in, I could feel the ghost standing there. I said, "Oh, hi Pink," and I could feel the energy go through me and out of the apartment. So that's when I figured it didn't like being called that, which didn't stop me from saying it. Shortly after my roommate came back and stayed the rest of the lease, not much happened then. I figured if an entire house could be haunted, then surely an entire apartment or building could be. I wanted to ask my neighbours if they ever experienced anything, but I never did, and actually never really talked to them at all. And to answer some questions before they happen, my roommate and I are still really good friends. Never dated, never slept together. She was also really good friends with my girlfriend, and it was my girlfriend who told her to ask me to move in with. Also, I've known since I was around 10 or so that I could feel ghosts, but usually only when standing right there where they were. If I stand with them long enough, I usually get an image in my head of what they look like, as well as their mood. In a few instances, I've had them communicate with me like that, their words coming to me as thoughts or images, usually the latter. I usually don't tell people this because they usually don't believe me, and I'd just rather not go through with the ridicule and the name calling. However, with Pink, I never figured out who or what it was. I always felt that it was male, but I'm not sure. I still wonder about it from time to time. We'll start with about 2 months ago. I was sleeping in. My boyfriend was already at work. In my half-asleep state, I felt someone's hands as they pulled the blanket over my shoulders and placed my cat right next to my head on the pillow. Now, at first, I figured it was my boyfriend. But when I thanked him later that night, he insisted it wasn't him. I thought maybe he was messing with me, but then I remembered that it had been him he would have kissed my head, and I clearly remember him doing so as he headed out the door sometime earlier. Next was a couple of weeks ago. I was sitting on my couch when a painting that hangs right over where my head was fell. It's not a big painting, but it would have definitely hurt if it smacked me on the head. It didn't though. Instead, it seems like it was pushed aside as it fell, so it ended up landing on the cushion beside me. This isn't the first time things have fallen off the wall. The drywall is very thin, so hanging things can be a challenge. At least now I know there's something looking out for me. And of course the cats. Oh, the cats. Well, those little jerks got in a fight a couple days ago. We were sleeping and very annoyed. I woke up and went to separate them. As my orange tabby tried getting away from her tuxedo brother, he chased her and stopped very suddenly, looking up, like looking at something. They fight like this all the time, but it doesn't stop until you force them away. To my tuxedo cat, it's playing, but the orange tabby doesn't like it. So I usually have to stand right in front of him and make him go somewhere else. I watched him from the stairs as he tried going through the living room doorway to get to where my other cat was, then get stopped and turned around. Like someone put their hands on either side of him and just flipped him around to look the other way. He huffed as cats do and stalked off back to the kitchen. And after saying a quiet thank you to midair, I went back to bed with Tabby trailing behind me. Whatever is in my house seems very kind but strong, which worries me a bit since I don't want to accidentally piss it off and have it come after me. I wonder if it's the ghost of someone who committed suicide, since that is tragically a regular occurrence in the military housing where we live. When I was little, my parents said I used to say I played with a little boy in the basement. My brother is 5 years older than me. It started when I was 6. I remember putting my shoes on with my dad to head to the gas station and looking down into the basement. At the very back where my brother's room was, there was a small dark shadow outside his door with glowing red eyes. My dad said, "Do you see it too?" We left. About a year later, I moved into the basement across hall from my brother's room. It was my first night down there. I remember waking up one day and seeing a little girl staring at me with red eyes. I was so scared, I couldn't even scream. I tried. I was crying though. My brother heard me crying and came out of his room to get me and our parents. The figure disappeared, of course. After that, I moved back upstairs next to my parents. My brother never reported seeing or hearing anything. Growing up, my household was hectic. A lot of darker energy could reside there, I think, based off what was happening there at the time. I don't feel comfortable going into it. I often escaped by PC gaming right after school and late into the night. I'd usually have headphones on one ear and off the other just in case my mom needed me or something got in the house. At this point, I heard a man's voice whenever I was in the basement. Gaming, it was speaking in a language I couldn't understand. I wonder if maybe I was making it up. The computer desk was right across the laundry room, which also had a bathroom on the other side of the laundry room. So it goes me, laundry room, bathroom. The door to the laundry room suddenly started to swing open and closed, and the light in that room would switch on and off. Sometimes I thought maybe I left the light on when I went to the bathroom. After a while, I double-checked I'd turned the light off, but the door would open and the light would turn on. I asked the spirit, dumb I know, but I was about 15 at this point, to keep the light off when I go to bed. And it did. Back to Mom's house. This time, I was upstairs. Basically, we have a living room with a hallway that leads to the bedrooms. It has 3 chairs and 1 little table for cups. I was in the chair facing the hallway. It was about 3 a.m. I was gaming with my headphones on as not to bother my mama. I look up and saw this glowing gold outline that was shaped exactly like my mom. I took off my headphones and said, "Mom?" But it kept walking from the hallway, past the chairs, and through the table next to me. I don't even know why I called out to it. Obviously, people don't have a glowing gold outline, but that was just strange. Once I was at my dad's house with his new family. I lived in the room next to the parents, then my brother and my sister. The bathroom is across from my room. I had gotten back from school one day and was calling out for my stepmom. Usually she was upstairs in her room. I looked inside her room and saw a shadow of a woman with her hair in a bun, just like my stepmom's. And I walked in and started talking to my stepmom only. She wasn't in her room at all. Upstairs, toys would also go off constantly with no one there. My stepmom was pregnant, so my sister and I had to move down into the basement. We lived in a 3-story. In the basement, I got the bedroom and my stepsister got the bigger open room. There was a bathroom down there, but the hallway had mirrors on both sides of the wall completely. I'd often find big handprints on the mirrors, and I'd hear footsteps walk from my door to the hallway to the bathroom and back all night. It sounded like shuffling. One night the thing sat on the counter of my bed. I felt the pressure of it sink in the corner of my fucking bed. I can't tell you how scared I was. My sister experienced the footsteps too. Sometimes we would sleep in the same bed. She said she would see a man standing in a room. I also once saw a big handprint on my bed and a baby handprint, which I think was my baby brother. This one was the scariest to me, of my minor stories. My sister and I were on the middle floor. It was about 11 or 12 at night. We were watching a horror flick, and we look over to the left and see a dark figure of a boy standing next to the stairs. My sister pauses the movie and says, "Matt, go upstairs," in a stern voice. It doesn't move, which confirmed to me I wasn't the only one who saw it. She then says again, "Matt!" Nothing. She goes to turn on the light, and it's gone. We were spooked the fuck out. Decided to turn on a different movie. I think a kid's show, lol.
My mother went to Eastern Washington University and stayed in one of the houses the locals rented out to college students. I cannot give the exact age of the house, but it was old enough to have a built-in button on the floor that would call up to the servants in the attic, so the house was relatively old. During her studies there, she had 3 different roommates. My uncle was the first, who was then replaced by my mother's best friend, who was then replaced by my father. All 3 of them can confirm strange happenings in this house and be woken up in the middle of the night with people whispering. The worst of it was in my mother's room in the attic. My mother hated that house, but she didn't have anywhere else to live, and the dorms were expensive, so she sucked it up and lived there until she graduated. She hated sleeping alone. The air in her room constantly felt thick and heavy. Her closet was constantly freezing cold, and at night, she would hear multiple people whispering incoherent words at once. While living there, my mother had a cat named Puss who would constantly hide under the bed. One time my mother caught Puss out from under her bed, sitting, watching, and growling at one of the corners of the room. My mother went over to Puss confused at what she was looking at, until she saw a black figure in the corner slowly start to move upwards toward the ceiling. Puss started to become more aggressive, her hissing and growling getting louder, before she freaked out and shot off back under the bed, still growling at the corner until the black figure was gone. My mother had never seen Puss act like this, since Puss was usually a very lovey and happy cat, but whatever that was clearly terrified her. Sometime later, my mother was talking with a friend who was excited to be touring 2 famous paranormal investigators around the college and town, showing them and supposed haunted places. My mother brought up the fact that she has always had weird stuff happening in her house and thinks it may be haunted. Her friend got excited and begged her to let her bring in to the house. My mother refused since she wasn't willing to stay up late for some people that she didn't even know.
My mother didn't know at the time who these investigators were, since she never really kept up with paranormal stuff, believing it can let evil into your life. She only knew that they were on quite a few popular talk shows at the time. These two investigators were Ed and Lorraine Warrens. Around midnight, my mother's best friend comes to her and tells her that there are people at the door wanting to speak to her. Confused, my mother got in her robe and went to the front door. There, she saw her tour guide friend with 12 other students behind Ed and Lorraine Warren. Lorraine asked my mother if they could come in, as their guide told them that it's possible her house was haunted. My mother agreed and let them all in. Lorraine asked my mother where in the house is the haunting most, and my mother told her that it was her bedroom, that she would take Ed and Lorraine there, but everyone else had to wait. They agreed, and my mother took Ed and Lorraine to her room. When my mother entered her room, she sat on her bed and asked if they could feel it, how heavy the air was. They both agreed that the air was heavy, like how some of the haunted places they've been to. Lorraine walked around the room, then to the closet, and asked if she could hear voices here. My mother broke down crying and said she could hear them every night, and that it kept her up at night. Lorraine told that it was possible that her closet is a doorway for those who passed on, or a doorway to hell. My mother continued to cry before Lorraine came over to her and told her that the reason this stuff is happening to her is because of her mom's family, that the women have some connection with those beyond, and that it's possible that they're psychics, which makes the dead attracted to her. My mother then told Lorraine about the black figure, which Lorraine told her wasn't from this house, but was connected to her family, mainly her dad's side, and that it most likely went after her grandfather, her father, and now her. The figure isn't a ghost or a demon, but something pure evil, and that it wants her. Fearful, my mother asked them if they could bless her room, which they did, and after further investigation of the house, Ed and Lorraine told her that her house was the first place that actually showed activity and signs of haunting in the whole area. After they finished blessing the house, Ed and Lorraine left. Time passed, and my mom's best friend moved out, and my dad moved in. The activity in the house still continued, even after the blessing. At first, my father was skeptical of the house being haunted, until one night, while sleeping in my mom's bed, he heard the whispering. He asked my mother what she said, and she told him she didn't say anything. After a few moments of silence between them, she asked if he could hear them. Confused, my father asked what she was talking about, and she told him the whispering. He then agreed that she heard the whispering and asked where it was coming from, which he then told her it was from the closet and it happens every night. Sometime after, my father got curious about whether or not the servants button still worked. Originally, no one had ever been up into the attic. Both of my parents made their way up to the attic, but never reached the top, since on their way there, both of my parents felt like they couldn't breathe, as the temperatures dropped to the freezings, and my mother started to panic as she felt like she was being choked. She quickly told my father to turn back around, because it felt as though they were not wanted up there. Not wanting to upset my mother more, my father turned back and never went up there again. Once my mother graduated college, they moved out of the house, and strange events continued to occur, no matter where they moved. Around the time I was born, my parents lived in a rather small house with my two older brothers. Constantly, our cats would freak out, growling and hissing at the corners of the house. Not only that, but my mother would constantly see this black figure around the house. Later, my family had our new house constructed, and we moved out of our old one. These strange events followed us and got worse. One day, when I was around 5, I was walking outside my room to walk downstairs. The moment I walked to the balcony, I felt someone grab my arm extremely roughly. I turned around and I just see a black figure holding my arm. I screamed for my mother. She came running upstairs and she sees the black figure. She grabs my arm and tries to pull me away, but the figure wouldn't let go. She pulled as hard as she could and ripped me away from the figure. As she does, the figure disappears and a giant hand mark is left on my arm. My mother runs downstairs and screams at my father to get my brothers, and that they're leaving the house until it's blessed. We later had a priest come to our house and bless it. Afterward, the activity stopped, but growing up, me and my second older brother would constantly have nightmares of this figure in our dreams, doing awful things to us, but it had bright red eyes and would chase us. Nothing else has happened since then, and I still live in the house. Every once in a while I get this sudden fear from the staircase. I never go downstairs at night without the lights on, out of fear of this thing that's possibly still there. I'd spoken to my mother about the dreams and stuff that happened to her, but she tries to avoid talking about it, since she believes the more we talk about it, the more it will come back. She's told me that though she spoke with my grandfather about this figure, who refused to talk about it since the first time she brought it up, he went pale as a ghost. He said that the figure used to torment him as a child, and his dad would tell him about the figure and how it would come for him, as it did with him. My mother didn't realise that it was Ed and Lorraine Warren until we were watching a documentary about them, and she points out that they were the ones who came to our house. I was speechless, and she was confused as I told her that they were the Ed and Lorraine Warren, the most famous paranormal investigators, that they were the ones who started publicly doing investigations, and there were famous horror movies that involved them. My mother freaks out and tells my father about it, and while my father was shocked, he didn't think much of it. I apologise if my story is a little all over the place, but this was my best attempt to explain my mother's story and my experience, since my mother doesn't like to talk about it, much out of fear.
I live in a small condo or apartment. It's about 500 square foot, and it has no shady history. It was built in the 80s. We knew who the last owners were, and they owned it for a decade and are definitely still alive. We've been here for almost 4 years. It's just me and my husband. Husband and I were getting ready for bed. I was out for a smoke, so he did his teeth and all that before me, and got into bed maybe 5 minutes or less before I got inside from the porch. You can see the door to the bathroom from the kitchen, but it's partially blocked off by a half wall, separating the kitchen from the entrance hall, and then the bathroom at the other side. So I walked to the sink to grab some water. I saw a figurehead into the washroom, and then heard what sounded close to dry heaving, like that gurgle backwash sound that someone makes when they might puke but haven't quite done it yet. The door to the bathroom was still open. I couldn't see the toilet from where I'm standing. Knowing my husband is fairly private for that stuff, I stood there for a moment and listened. I heard more gurgling and dry heaving. He didn't come out, so I slowly crept up to the door to ask if he was okay, while still trying to maintain his privacy by not seeing the toilet. He replied from the bathroom, down the hall. He asked me to repeat what I said because he hadn't quite heard me. Confused, I went fully into the bathroom, and there was no one there. I would just chalk up to the toilet or shower making noises, but I definitely thought I saw someone walk in there, and then the noises happened for a good half a minute after. So I'm feeling like I'm losing my mind. This happened about 3 years back now. My friend and I were 15 and 14 at the time, me being the older one. In 2019, my friend, who I will call Nim, was house-sitting a friend's dogs. The family lived in the country, and most cars we saw drive by there were less than 5. Nim was staying the week watching 4 labs. He knew the house was haunted because they'd hear the occasional footsteps on the stairs, or the dogs would start barking at the staircase and be too scared to go up them. They spent the first night along, the next 3 nights with our other friend. The friend got too freaked out because they started seeing people staring at them through the windows, while outside, they'd hear laughter and talking upstairs. The friend left, and Nim invited me to stay the last 3 days with them. Nim told me the house was haunted and everything that had happened. I'd never had any bad experience with the paranormal before, so I wasn't really worried. We were sleeping in the living room, and the first night, nothing really went on. The second night, we heard footsteps go up the stairs, and sometimes we heard someone talking, but neither of us really minded. We both have always been believers, and neither of us wanted to upset any spirits that were possibly there, so we didn't talk about it. The third night was when shit hit the fan. Nim's dad had ordered us pizza, and we sat on the road while eating it. Nim had sent me inside to get something, maybe cups. I went straight to the kitchen and went back out.
To get to the kitchen, we had to pass by the living room, but we wouldn't have been anywhere near the windows. When I went back out, Nim asked if I sat on the couch and looked at them through the window. I simply told them no, and we shrugged it off and continued eating. Nim had gone inside because neither of us remembered to grab napkins. I'm generally the protective friend, so I watched Nim go in case they got too freaked out or in case they tripped. I looked at the same window they saw me in, and I saw them looking at me as well. When Nim came out, I asked if they did what I did, and they said, no, I went to the bathroom first, then grabbed the napkins, and then came straight out. The bathroom was in the kitchen. Fast forward, we go inside, and Nim was fast asleep on the couch. It was an L shape, so it was fairly big. I had 3 of the labs with me, one by my head, another by my feet, and another on the floor next to me. It was past midnight, and I was scrolling through my phone. I heard the youngest lab next to me growling at the arched doorway, and when I looked, he was stood up and staring at the doorway. The one at my feet was stood up on the couch, but not growling, while the one by my head was still laying down. He was looking at the doorway like the other 2. I didn't care too much as I had heard footsteps running up the stairs and giggling all night, so I thought they were growling at the stairs. I only actually looked at the doorway when the oldest by my head had climbed over my legs and was growling. I turned off my phone and sat up. When I looked where they were, I saw a black figure standing there. There was enough shining in the dining room to outline the figure. Of course, I panicked a bit, because it just supposed to be Nim and I. I didn't move from the spot even when the thing looked at me. I don't know how long I held eye contact with it. All I knew was I was too scared to move from my spot. I felt like I was paralysed. The 3 dogs by me had all stood up and were staring at the figure. 2 were growling and 1 was whimpering. I didn't realise it was walking towards me until it got to the door frame. That's when I finally moved and jumped over to Nim and woke them up. The 4th dog woke up since they were cuddling with Nim, and the other 3 still looked angry or upset at the doorway. I tried telling Nim what happened and even played out to them what I saw. I don't know if they believed me, but I'm sure me having a panic attack and almost crying from fear was convincing enough. Nim stayed up with me and I didn't sleep until I got back home. I don't think I've ever been so happy to leave a place. Towards the end of April, my boyfriend and I moved into a historic mansion. Of course, it's haunted. We expected it to be. I've been in tune with energies since I was younger, and have experienced paranormal encounters most of my life, but this is something I've never come across. A little backstory about the place. It was built in 1850, it's converted into an apartment complex. We live on the 3rd floor, and it's attic. The walls are small, and it's got a very vintage feeling. My neighbours told me that the mansion was built in 1850, and that was about it. As soon as we walked into the building, I knew something was there, but I didn't feel evil or bad. I was picking up a young female in her 20s. I could see she had brown hair, brown eyes, and wearing a lace purple dress. I also saw an old woman at the staircase, wearing a black veil and a black dress. Her face seemed to be hardened, like she was angry. I want to say she died of a stroke. In my dreams, I saw a young man, maybe in his 30s, with a black beard, green eyes, and a toddler wearing a white shirt, overalls, and black pants. I assume this home belonged to a family a while back. I never thought anything of it. My friends that came over would claim to have been watched, and they really don't like the staircase where the old lady stands. Since we've moved in here, we've heard knocking above us. We have an attic in our attic. I don't know, that's weird. And things have been moved or turned on. One night, when we had some friends over, we played Mario Kart, and the TV turned off completely. I told Sam, the young lady in a purple dress, to turn the TV back on, and sure enough, she did. Also, I'm not too sure if this is her real name, but it's the first thing that popped into my mind when I saw her. I would also like to point out, the minute we moved in, I burnt Palo Santo out in the living rooms, and all the rooms. And if you're familiar with black salts, I made sure to put some on every window in the house, including my son's. So everything is going fine and normal in our new place, until last night. Me and my family and my good friend were staying the night with us for a bit because we're in the middle of a heat wave and she has no AC in her apartment. We had a thunder and lightning storm. After I woke up with it, my baby was wide awake in pain because he's 8 months old and has his 2 button teeth coming in. So I thought he was in pain. We are all sleeping out in the living room on the floor near the AC. My boyfriend and I decided to put our son in his crib since his fussiness wasn't going down. For some reason, I had a strange feeling that I needed to check the baby monitor, so I did. I have our monitor connected to my phone, and I go and open the app. As I hear my baby playing in his crib, laughing and talking, I see that there's something moving on the left side of the screen. I go to examine the figure on my phone for a minute until I realised that what I saw moving wasn't a bug. It was too big to be a bug. Then my second thought was maybe it's a dust particle. I then realised that dust particles don't move that fast. Unless, of course, unsure of what to make of this, I showed my boyfriend who was laying next to me. We both examined the monitor and we both concluded that what we were seeing were orbs. We both entered in the room and as soon as we do, this salt lamp flickered. Then it started to get cold. We both felt the salt lamp and it was freezing. And remember, we're in the middle of a heat wave. All of a sudden, I get this cold, sad feeling coming from the corner of the room. I grab my baby out of his crib and we move him back into the living room. As soon as I do this, we still have the monitor recording. The orbs are still there. The next morning, I posted the videos on Facebook. One of my friends took the video into Photoshop and saw a man's face at the end of the crib. Later, he found 2 women and a toddler. He sent me these pictures via Messenger and he commented on the post with them. But the quality of the pictures aren't too great.
Strange things are happening again. For starters, my son's stomach problems have come back, and it seems to be worse now than the first time he had unexplained stomach problems. But anyways, we've been hearing strange things in the house. I'll be laying in bed at night and hear a man laughing. I will wake my son and husband up, and the laughter stops. Then me and my husband, neither of us smoke, and in certain parts of our house you can smell cigarette smoke really bad, as if someone is smoking right at that moment. And we have started to hear noises coming from our basement, and I'm sure I'm not going down there to see what the heck it is. Then last night we were getting ready for bed, and I was standing in my son's room. If you've read the first post, you know we have a door that is connected to our son's room, so that we can keep an eye on him because of the strange things that have happened. And my husband was standing in our room, and I asked him if he just saw our bed move, like someone had sat down on it and moved a little bit. He said yes, and started to look under the cover to make sure neither of our dogs had snuck under the cover while we weren't looking. But there were no dogs in the bed. I woke up twice last night to a man's laughing. It's 5:10 in the morning as I'm writing this. My husband has left for work and I'm wide awake because I'm scared to go back to bed. If anyone knows of any ways to help, please let me know. I was asking some of my family members what they had experienced in our house. My stepdaughter's experience. My stepdaughter lived with us from the ages 17 to 18, and she stayed in the room that our son stays in now. She told me one night she went to use the bathroom and shower, and she had a conversation with a woman that she thought was me. The door was shut, so she thought I was sitting on her bed talking to her, because whatever it was mimicked my voice, and she had a 20-minute conversation with whatever it was. Now, I remember this happening because me and my husband, her father, were in the living room with our son watching TV. I remember her coming in the living room and telling me it was rude to just walk off in the middle of our conversation. And me and my husband told her I hadn't got up on the couch at all since she went to her room. My husband's experience. This one happened when our son was around 3 to 4 years old. I had wrecked my car, so my mother had come and got me and my little boy. My husband had come home from work and he knew he was with my mother. But he came in and saw a woman that looked like me walk into our bedroom. He had a 3 or 4 minute conversation with her. He was in the living room. He lays his paperwork from work on a table in the living room, goes into our bedroom, and the woman he was talking to was gone. He goes back into the living room to call me, and the paperwork he had laid down was ripped into pieces.
my older sister's experience. Her ex has custody of their daughter, and they live in Ohio. We live in Tennessee. He brought my niece down for the summer to let her stay at our house. My sister stayed here while she was here, and they stayed in our son's bedroom. My sister said she woke up to an eerie feeling and looked in the corner of the room. And the little girl that my son called Little Sarah, because she didn't know her name, was sitting in the corner, squatting with her elbows on her knees and her hands propping up her face, just looking at my sister. My sister threw the covers over her head and started praying and said it felt like an eternity, but she peeked out of the covers and the little girl was gone. So she sat up in the bed to go to the bathroom. We have connecting doors from our rooms to our son's. She looked in the room where me and my son were sleeping. My husband worked night shift at the time. And the little girl was in the corner of our room squatting. Needless to say, she never went to the bathroom that night. She lay back down, threw the covers over her head, and didn't come out till daylight. Now this happened tonight. It's 4:45 a.m. and my son woke me up around 12. Something and said, "Mom, was that you just whispering to me?" I told him, "I've been asleep. I haven't whispered anything." When my husband gets up for work at 4 a.m., he has to be work at 5 a.m. My husband and my son both watched me pick my son's AirPods up off the floor and put them in his AirPod case. Our son lays back down till 4:25 and something wakes him up. And my son came in the living room and says, "Mom, where is my other AirPod? I watched you put both of them on my case." And we went in his bedroom to look, and it was laying on the floor and none of us had touched them since I stuck them back in their case when I woke up at 4 a.m.
From the outside, it seems to be some average, nondescript house. The kind of place that you'd likely find in any city or small town. It's not, though. This house is like something out of the Twilight Zone or a Stephen King novel. You see, I lived in this house when I was 11 or 12 years old. That was 93, 94. My room was the one above the porch with the double window. My sister's room was across the hall. My mother and my brothers lived downstairs. During the time we lived there, strange things occurred. Some of them you may find hard to believe, and that's okay. I can only assure you that they actually happened. Some 26 years after the fact, I can provide you no evidence and my only solemn word that everything I'm about to tell you is the absolute truth. For starters, sometimes our clocks would run backwards for no discernible reason. We changed the batteries and checked them for defect, but nothing seemed to be amiss. They just randomly started running in reverse from time to time. There was also an issue with our basements. How do I describe this? I guess the best way would be to say the basement seems to be on a portal to hell. We would hear strange noises coming from down there that wouldn't be explained away as creaking pipes or the house setting on the foundation. Things like demonic growling, roaring. When someone had to go down there to do laundry, there was a sound like someone whispering and the whole area had an unsettling feel to it. We had this dog, a German Shepherd named Lassie. She was an exceptionally brave, loyal and protective dog, but she would not go near the basement or the basement door. Eventually, she became so terrified that she ran away and never came back. There was also a night when we all woke up to find a big black crow, or raven, I'm not sure, in the house, flying madly around. This has been the ungodly hours of the morning. Mind you, so no one would have been up to open the door or window to let it in. If you can even imagine an intelligent bird like a crow or raven willingly flying through an opening into a human dwelling like some kind of idiotic sparrow. There were no holes in the roof and no place for it to get out. Where did it come from and where did it go? I have no memory of us actually getting the bird out of the house, but I never saw it again. Then there was the man. At the back of the house there was a hallway that led off the dining room and past the kitchen towards the lower floor bedrooms. The twins, mere toddlers at the time, had their nursery in the foremost room on the left. They would sit back there and have conversations with someone that none of us could see. They referred to this person as simply the man. The man seemed to enjoy keeping the boys company, but he was anything but benign. One day, while the rest of us were at school, my mum had the twins in their high chairs, feeding them lunch. When she stepped away to do something, get something from the kitchen or answer the phone, don't remember, there was a crash and the sound of screaming. One of the twins that was on the floor was highly tipped over. He'd bashed his head really bad. The high chairs had been secured on the footing before she started. When she asked the other twin what happened, he replied, "The man did it." My little brother ended up in the hospital in a coma for a long time. You might be happy to know that he survived and today is married with 2 beautiful daughters. The CPS didn't believe that my mother was innocent and began to stalk us. They would park across the street from our house and watch us. They would drop in unexpectedly. They were looking for a reason to take us and put us in the foster care. This is how we ultimately ended up leaving the house. Rather than deal with any more tragedy or weirdness or stalking, we packed up what we could and moved across the country. What we couldn't take with us, we left behind. I asked my mother once, about 5 years before she died, if she'd ever actually seen the entity that the boys referred to as the man. She said she had, but only once. She said she was walking past the kitchen door one day and had caught a sight of someone in her peripheral vision. A tall man wearing dark clothes, standing with pink hair to the side, staring out of the kitchen window. When she turned to get a better look, he was gone. That house scared the crap out of all of us. There was always a feeling like we were being watched. Thankfully, it's many years and many miles behind us. When we left, there was no one to pay the mortgage, so the bank took repossession. Because of this, today it's privately owned by people I don't even know. For that reason, I will not disclose the location. I won't even tell you what state it's in. If you've ever been unfortunate enough to stumble upon it, however, I advise you to keep walking. Don't stop to look back, because if you stop to look at a picture, there's something likely that will happen to you taking a knee.
A few years ago, me and my old man moved into a condo. Nothing spectacular, just a bigger place for our expanding family. We went through a rutch patch and split up, but we still live together. I know, not everyone agrees, but whatever. We worked opposite one another, and I slept on the fold-out couch for a while. I began to notice a lot of noises coming from the kitchen at night. Typically, it would start at around 11 or 12, and it was harmless at first. I told him about the noises, but he brushed them off. A few nights later, they started to get more intense. I could hear dishes being moved around and clinking on each other. Then I started to hear the drawers and cabinet open slightly and close. I was able to get a recording of the sounds. The couch was located right across the hall, in front of the kitchen door, so it was a decent enough recording. I showed the recording to him, and it made him second guess what I said. So one night, he sat out with me and just listened, and sure enough, it started. And it was very loud, and you could tell it was movement in the kitchen, as if it was in use. We sort of just laughed it off for a while, even after the fridge door opened up one night. We would joke and call it our friendly ghost, ask what it was cooking, just being silly and stupid. After working on our issues, we both got back together, and things were fine. For a bit. We didn't even notice the noises as much. A few months ago, out of nowhere, things started to get rough. Not bad, but definitely not fun to deal with. Pictures started coming off our walls at random, even breaking some of the glass ones. Books would get moved off shelves. Most of it we could see or hear. Then things started to move and fall off of our desk. Most recently, it's been quiet again, which is nice, but I just don't like dealing with this. We're looking to move, but it's an expensive area here. Me and my old man have been taking the advice to stop acknowledging and engaging in the ghost's activities. We've been pretending not to notice or rationalize it as something else. The issue is, our kids now think we are playing a game with them, so they're more hyper-aware now and drawing attention to everything that happens. The more we ignore it, the more they think we're joking and they acknowledge it.
They're kids, so I don't want to get upset with them for thinking this. But I'm not sure how to be serious enough with them to explain that mommy and daddy are not making these things happen as a joke. Last night was family movie night. We were watching the new Croods movie since my kids haven't seen it and they loved the first. The entire time we were watching it, we had Xbox controllers flying off our desks, water bottles being knocked off tables. It's becoming hard for us to ignore while the kids laugh about it jokingly, saying, "Oh, it's just our ghost friend." And it's so uneasy to hear them say that. I told my Elsie about all this, and she suggested that she come stays with me again and smudge the place. We are indigenous. Since I never learned how to properly use my white sage. I don't want her to take away from her life just to travel over here for this, but I guess she can sense how stressed it's making me. I'm at a loss. It's been going on for 4 years now. We moved to that house when I was younger, and since day one, weird things were happening. We had a mountain dog, and in our old house, she would literally spend her whole winter days sleeping outside in the snow. She liked so much the cold, you guessed it, she would always spend the summers lying on the basement's ceramic to cool down. But not in this house. On the first night, I already could feel that something was going on. My dog was always sleeping in my bed. I went ahead the first night and closed the light. About 4 minutes into complete darkness, my dog on my left side and my room door on my right, I saw my dog raising her head and staring in the long, dark corridor. She stared for about 9 seconds before she started crying and kind of panicking. I freaked out, opened the light, nothing was there. I went back to bed, the dog lay down beside me again. 10 minutes later, just the same, but now she's growling. I opened the light, she jumped out of the bed and ran into my parents' room. She never went into the basement since, and every time she would come would be during the day because I would kind of force her in my room with food. She would take it, look nervously around her and run back upstairs with her tail in her arse, even during crazy hot weather. When playing on my computer at night once, my computer mouse flew from my desk to my face at about a 45-degree angle up, which is impossible to have accidentally happened. There's even a night where we threw a party, and as we all went to sleep at the end of the evening in a deep, dark basement, we were still talking in bed until we fell asleep, sleeping like 6 to 8 or 9 people in each room. Anyway, about 7 people in the room beside mine saw my friend that we were hearing talking to our other friend outside in a tent at the same moment, open their door abruptly, burst into their room, open the light, said some bullshit, and closed the light and slapped the door. Well, at least, so they say. One of the girls in the room came into our room, opened our light, and asked what the fuck. And this is where the story gets weird. My friend never stepped foot in the house. He was outside the whole time. Neither did he open the light, since it was pitch black and about 15 people would have seen it. But on the other side, there were 7 that all got woke up by the same thing. Our friend busting into their room and opening the light. Sometimes at night, I would hear the ground crack, as if someone would be walking towards my room from the end of the corridor, and it would stop right at my door. Lots of other little things happened, but the only attack incident we've had so far was the mouse in the face. I've been sitting on this for 4 years. I know, because it happened when my daughter was a newborn. She was a few months old. Let me start with, I'm a skeptical person. I believe sometimes our minds prime us when we hear a scary story, and then shortly after we see or experience a scary story. Now, I also believe in paranormal. So it was a Sunday, and my spouse and I decided, after putting our daughter to bed, we would spend some time together and play Minecraft. And so we did just that. Our daughter to bed and play Minecraft together, during which our daughter awakes in need of food. My wife goes to take care of her, and I had the strangest, creepiest feeling I ever experienced. Like some other presence was there. It was so strong that I paused the game. My wife is not a fan of even the zombie sounds on Minecraft, such when we play it, it's in peaceful mode, no zombies, skeletons, or other mobs. So I note said feeling, but brushed it aside. Skeptic in me, my imagination, etc. I thought about asking my spouse when she came back, but again, I brushed it aside. And just as I pushed the idea out, she asks, "You noticed anything strange while I was gone?" So I said, "Strange how? Creepy?" I proceeded to tell her my experience of the strange feeling, and she says while she was tending to our daughter, she saw what she thought were shadows moving. Well, we stopped what we were doing and brought our daughter into our room and went to bed. My spouse works as a CNA at nursing homes and care facilities quite a bit, and she's had her own scary experiences, such she doesn't let horror movies or anything deemed scary play in our house. So it was probably around 9 or 10, and my family was moving back to our hometown area from El Paso, where my dad was stationed on a base there. Our realtor, M, was showing us houses and decided upon showing us a house when it was just getting dark outside. So we pull up, and it's overgrown with bushes and ugly crabgrass. The sidewalk is uneven and jagged, even missing in some places. The white siding is pretty much brown by this point, with tree branches overhanging almost every inch of the roof, so all you can see is this cave-like entrance into the front door. M informs us, oh yeah, it's been on the market for years, and there's no electricity, so we will be seeing it in the dark. We go inside, and the sight that hits us is remarkably depressing. There's broken picture frames and glass all over the floor. Red splotches of some sort of powder are covering everything. A very, very large chest is in the center of the living room, about 5 feet in the front of the front door. And there is the room's one single intact photo frame, with a half-ripped picture of a family inside of it, a boy and his mom. Sitting on top of it in almost perfect condition, except one crack in the glass. The house smells like something. Something old and wet, yet fresh and rotting at the same time. No one noticed the smell but me. Now, me being the scaredy cat I am, I was ready to skedaddle. My parents didn't want to be rude to M, so we continued to see the house. We move into the hallway of the living room, and the attic door with the ladder going up to it is down and wide open, like a mouth with a staircase leading to it. My dad shuts the attic and decides we should take a look at the garage. The door into the garage is directly in front of us, off the hallway. We open the door, and this is where shit gets real. Now, y'all remember when M told us there was no electricity and we would be seeing the house in the dark, right? The singular light bulb in the garage was glowing blue. Not a bright iridescent blue by any means, but a sickly dim blue that was just bright enough to illuminate the walls and floor. My parents and M both made a comment how that was weird, and what could cause that? Oh, I really don't know, huh? Strange. I couldn't care less, because what I was staring at was worse than any creepy light that was working when it shouldn't have been. There was something inside the garage. It looked like a human, or maybe what used to be a human, but it appeared wet. Its skin kind of looked like if you grabbed it, it would just slip right off. I could see veins through the skin, which was so pale it seemed almost see-through. This thing was emaciated. I could see all its ribs, I could see hip bones. Its arms and legs consisted of just enough fat in the thighs and upper arms that you could tell that they were not just sticks slapped on a lump of flesh. The neck was just long enough to appear proportionally weird, and the head was turned to look straight at me. If you could even say it was looking, because where normal eyes would be, there were just holes. I don't remember a mouth. There was stringy clumps of hair and hanging from the tops and sides of its head. And I got the sick sense that it was happy to see me, almost as if it was thinking, finally. I watched this thing crawl on all fours, think hands and very long feet, not hands and knees, from the centre of the garage directly under the light bulb, cross in front of me and my family and Em, and disappear into the wall. It kept its head turned on me the whole time, and I followed it with my eyes the whole time. I don't remember even feeling scared in the traditional sense, like, oh shit, what was that, I need to leave. I felt invited, I felt intrigued, and more than anything, I felt like it had been waiting on me, just me. I felt like it was telling me, come in, make yourself at home, you're welcome here. I could hear my parents and Em talking underneath the thoughts in my head about what this thing was thinking, what it wanted, what it was. Like I was somewhere else and it was just me and this thing. My parents decided they were thoroughly creeped out though, and without seeing the rest of the house, we left. They told Em they weren't interested, and that was that. We fired her shortly after because she made a habit of showing us abandoned houses in the pitch dark. I was the only person who saw the thing, but my parents, after thinking I was asleep in the car on the way home, started talking about how once they opened the garage door, they felt like they were trespassing, like someone was watching them. It felt colder all of a sudden than the rest of the house. It smelled like rotted meat, and something just wasn't right about that blue light. I walked into my home office on Tuesday night to do some work around 9:30 p.m. My wife and dogs were in the bed around 9 p.m. When I walked into my office, I found that a drawer from my desk had been removed from its normal place and was lying in front of the doorway. It was moved about 2 feet out from where it would normally be, and then 5 feet over and placed on the ground. Its normal position is on the desk, about 2.5 feet off the floor. What was odd was that the contents of the drawer were all still there, as if someone had removed it and held it from the bottom and set it down relatively gently, instead of just pulling it out of the desk and letting it fall. Time is sort of important because I left the house at 2 p.m. to attend to some meetings, and my wife had left earlier for work. The drawer was in the desk when I left. We both got round about 7 p.m. and had dinner and chatted before she decided to lay down earlier than normal. When I discovered the drawer out of place, the only time it could have happened was between 2 and 7, maybe 9 if this was silently performed. It wouldn't be the result of sleepwalking, since my wife probably wasn't asleep yet. She'd only just gone to lay down. Wanted to address this because someone else I told got really focused on sleepwalking, but no one was asleep yet. My wife said she didn't do it when I spoke with her. I don't think my dogs could have done it without making a mess. I didn't do it. My wife and I have no history of any sort of sleepwalking or paranormal experiences. This is a first for us. Also, nothing else in any room was disturbed or out of place. There was no sign of a break-in or anyone else being in our home. There have been no follow-up weird experiences. I was probably 10 or younger when this happened. I was in my house, downstairs in the living room that connected to the kitchen, sitting on the couch in front of the TV. It was turned off. I remember seeing my reflection in the black mirror of the TV and thinking how creepy it was. I don't remember what, but I was playing with something, lost in focus, when suddenly the sun went down. All the lights were off, so it turned almost pitch black, and I was getting a little scared. There were 5 people living in my house at the time, my parents, sister, and grandmother and I, so the lights were always on. The house was always alive and rarely felt empty. Without telling me, my parents and sister had left the house, so it was unusually quiet and dark. Then I heard it. It was a distinct sound. High heel footsteps walking slowly toward me from the kitchen, getting louder and louder. With each step slowly inching closer and getting louder, the presence felt evil. It It was getting so loud that I was absolutely horrified, frozen in terror for a few seconds, until I bolted out of the living room and up the staircase. The whole way up was pitch black, and the only light was coming from the cracks of my grandmother's bedroom door. I threw open the door and jumped into the bed next to her, utterly afraid of this evil, invisible woman in high heels. But she never bothered me with her high heels again, although later on she might have tried to scare me by singing in my vents. But that's a story for another time. I lived in this house a little over a year back in 2017. It was a white, two-story house that was obviously old. Our landlords were an old Korean couple who left some items in the house when we were renting it. They included an old painting in the basement, a chest and a mannequin in the attic, which were both wet and smelled funky. I initially felt nothing weird about the house, and I didn't for a while. I've had some experiences beforehand, but not as bad as this house. So let's get to the interesting parts. Activity started to peak a few months into living there, and they were not positive one bit. One night, I was sleeping on the couch in my living room, watching TV. There was a walkway that led into the dining room, which I could see into from the left side, opposite of the staircase, which was on my right. Not a very big living room. We had an Alexa sitting on a little table in the dining room. The Alexa first lit up on its top ring and started playing what sounded like Mexican music. The music played for about 1 minute before completely stopping. The Alexa stayed lit for a few seconds, then turned off. During this time, I was both confused and also scared because no one said anything to activate the Alexa. This wasn't my last experience in the house. Another night in the living room, I heard footsteps coming from the staircase, and I heard a deep growl, like from an animal. I shut my eyes hard and tucked my blanket in to make myself feel safe, because I felt certain I would be attacked. But nothing came, only the intense feeling of being watched while I cowered in fear. Another night, I wanted to go up to use the bathroom. Coincidentally, the light switch for the stairs happened to be up the stairs, meaning I had to walk upstairs in the dark. We had a laundry chute built into the wall on the side. Because I saw nothing, I wasn't aware that the chute was wide open, which slammed shut, making a super loud clapping sound on the polished wood. Startled, I ran right back downstairs and cowered in my blanket on the couch. Whenever I would sleep in my room, I would hear footsteps lightly walking through the hall and making obvious creaks in the floor, always stopping at my bedroom door. Every single night for a week. Each time I texted my dad to check. He would open his door and tell me no one was in front of my door. One incident happened when me, my dad, and brother came home to find boxed light bulbs shattered all over the basement floor. And another incident was when we came home at night, sat down, and heard a loud thud come from the basement. We called the police to investigate, and they found absolutely no one anywhere in the house. Freaky shit. I lived in this house from ages 2 to 13. It was a smaller bungalow. There were 3 small bedrooms down a long hallway that led to the living room. There was a finished basement with a concrete room, which was intended to be used for cold storage. I remember being absolutely horrified of this room. I always used to see shadows of a creature or human-like figure which appeared to be watching me whenever the door was left open. I would refuse to go anywhere near the room and would cry hysterically if I got too close. Additionally, whenever either of my parents went into the basement, I would stand at the top of the stairs screaming bloody murder, begging my parents to not go near the room and to return to the main floor. Upstairs, my room was directly across the small hallway from my parents. I would refuse to enter the hallway at dark, and my mom told me I often would wake up screaming and crying in the night, begging her to sleep in my bed with me, so the shadows wouldn't hurt me. In the living room, I remember playing or watching the TV. Out of the corner of my eye, I would always see an older couple with outfits that appeared to be from the 1800s. The man was wearing a top hat and a black suit that was shorter in the front and longer in the back. The woman was wearing a dress that was wide at the bottom and had a corset top. The couple would pace back and forth down the hallway, often stopping for a couple of seconds before turning around to pace the other way. However, every time I turned my head to confirm what my peripheral vision saw, they would disappear. Up until the day we moved at the age of 13, I refused to be alone in the house due to the grim feeling of being watched that I was overcome with any time I entered the house. I would wait in the backyard for 2 hours until my father got home from work, so I didn't have to be home alone. Immediately after we moved, these feelings and my history of night terrors completely stopped. Fast forward a decade later, now I'm in my 20s. I was having lunch with my mom and her best friend when the topic of our old house came up in conversation. I began telling my mom about how eerie I felt as a kid living there, but quickly brushed it off as being a child with an active imagination when reflecting on the experience as an adult. However, my mom informed me she had the same feelings and odd experiences in that house, but never told me because she didn't want to scare me. My mom began to describe an old couple she would see walking down the hallway. I couldn't believe it. Finishing each other's sentences, we discussed the same couple, almost word for word with the description. My mom even told me she used to have a priest come over every couple of months while I was at school to bless the house. I still consider myself a bit of a skeptic, but it's really hard to explain my mom seeing the same couple as I did, despite never discussing them with each other.
I've come to a point in my life where my mom is trying to tell me all those family secrets I was too young to understand. Every weekend or so, we have these long talks. It was a bit off-putting at first, but I eventually came to value the anecdotes and lessons she gave me. They had the feel of bedtime stories, really, only the protagonists were now my family and people I knew. The implications of the events were very real, and the effects ranged from anger, laughter, to nostalgia. Nostalgia. That's what I first felt when we talked about the old house. That building which has seen many changes in ownership and purpose. That building which has always closed and evacuated exactly after 10 p.m. That building with an old rusty plaque that dates back to 1810. That building was where I lived for most of my childhood. When I found out that many locals thought it was a haunted place, I was confused. My days as a child roaming its halls and corridors, whose heights were unlike any house I'd ever seen, were quite normal and fun to me. I had no memory whatsoever of anything paranormal taking place, not even the classic friend that was but a product of my imagination thing. Doubtful and sometimes mocking faces were the reaction to my uneventful experience. I had just ignored the matter, up until my mom brought it up at one of our talks. Did anything strange ever happen to you or my brothers? Nothing ever happened to me. That was my first question. And then my mom started from the very beginning. We arrived at the old house when I was about 6. Mom had truly struck a good deal. We could get to live in the ground floor of this massive, 2-storied, beautiful house and pay a small rent if we agreed to help the cleaning lady with the first floor once a month. Maybe it was too good a deal to be true. The owners did not care to mention it, but others warned Mom of the danger. The house was feared. Hair being pulled by an invisible hand, footsteps on the upper floor, knocks on windows whose maker never showed up, stuff out of place and the like. Those were boringly common tropes about haunted old places, and people loved to talk even when they never visited the place themselves, my mom thought. So, she decided to take the offer, although not without a certain degree of dread. But
As papers were being signed and furniture being moved, something happened. A neighbour, an old lady that had, as my mum vividly recalled, the habit of looking behind you when talking to you, said, "You'd best be mindful of the girl. She's a devilish one. No two ways about it." And then the neighbour told the tale of a little girl that was buried within one of the walls of the house. Apparently, she had an accident, and, as a weird custom had it, she was made part of the building, so as to make it stronger. As far-fetched as it seemed, my mom took note, perhaps out of fear for this crone-looking figure. But I believe it was mainly due to her strong instinct to protect the family now that Dad took off and ran. It occurred just a day before we slept for the first time at the old house. My mom went to the building all by herself, directly to what would be our washing room. She faced the wall inside of which this girl was supposedly lying. She said a prayer out loud, and then she whispered straight to the white, now turned yellow, peeled off surface. "We mean you no harm. We just want to live here like a true family, so please don't do anything to hurt us." After that, she left our fanciest platter with some candy before the decaying wall, as well as a couple of votive candles. Our very first days at the old house have disappeared in the midst of our memories. If anything scary ever happened, it would have had to be minor so as to be eclipsed by all the great times we had. My mum always kept the girls' platter full of candies and desserts. Whenever she bought or baked something sweet, a bit of it went on the platter. Who would have imagined that I had to share with a ghostly presence? And that seemed to be the end of the otherworldly chapter. But as we reminisced about the important things that transpired at those 6 or 7 years we spent at the house, weird anecdotes started to come to my mum's memory. Since the old house was quite large, it became sort of a hotspot for both my mum's and my big brother's friends. We could have these big, albeit chill parties every month or so. This always seemed strange to my mum. The house was well known for its paranormal happenings, so it would follow that but a few people would want to come visit. Despite that, as I clearly remember, they did want to, and badly so. I personally like to think the ambience we created was usually strong enough to ward off any presence with ill intent. At any rate, on one occasion my brother threw a party in his own living room. Yes, the building actually had an entirely separate and independent small wing. It was late at night. Dudes and gals were dancing to my brother's DJ skills, but then someone came near to talk to him. It was a friend of his, and he claimed to have seen a kid using the rusty, creaking swing that was beyond my brother's place. He went to take a look from the window. The structure of the contraption could be barely made out. Indeed, the seat was moving to the constant creaks, but it was empty. My brother went out to the empty lot I used as a playground during the day. I was completely enclosed by tall, abandoned buildings, so at night the place looked as dark as some beast's throat. He called out to me. No answer was made, and the creaking slowly halted. So he decided to go look for me in my mom's wing, the main wing of the house. Once inside, my mom ran into him, and he told her that the empty lot was a dangerous place for a kid to play at night. She was weirded out. "Dear, your little brother has been sleeping in his room since your friends arrived." He could not believe it. Together they went to pay a visit to my room, to which I answered with the kind of snoring one gets from sleeping too hard. "Then who was that kid my friend saw at the swing? I saw the thing moving on its own, I swear." Needless to say, the party moved to the main wing, away from the beast's throat and lit with those really old, beautiful lamps my mom still keeps around. The kid? It gave me goosebumps, although my curiosity was piqued. But did you yourself ever see this kid? Again, she told me she didn't see anything at all, but she did start to remember the time an aunt of hers came by to the old house when we were away. Now, the main entrance to the house has practically stayed as it was during my childhood. A big, two-piece black metal gate that was opened using a remote. It was how cars came to a narrow garden and then entered the garage. The gates had a mail netting at the bottom, and it reached low enough for anyone to clearly see the feet of a few people standing nearby at either side. It was a cool feature. As a kid, I liked to try and spot whoever dared to use the doorbell. This very doorbell was no doubt relentlessly pressed by one of my mom's aunts at a certain date. Apparently, she wanted to ask urgently about a piece of gossip. A pair of feet wearing kid shoes greeted her through the netting some minutes in. "Hi dear, is your mom home?" The voice of an infant gave a sharp no. "Well then, would you mind letting me in? I'll wait for her. When is she coming back?" In a hard to describe tone, the person on the other said admitted that he didn't know. "I'm locked up. I'm all alone. My mother left me here and I can't get out." The woman felt pity for his grandniece and decided to stay put with him until his mother came home. After a few more minutes, it happened. My mum arrived in her old crimson Cherokee. She gave a honk when she saw her aunt, and they both entered the old house. Mum started to unload the groceries while her aunt talked to her. "How could you leave your son like that, all alone? He was very sad. Guess he went into the house." Mum suddenly stopped and frowned. "What are you talking about? He was with me all along." The trunk opened, and there I was, playing with some toys. My grandaunt was incredulous, so she grabbed me by the hand and touched my face, getting more and more pale by the second. She started to babble. It's you. It's really you. You are here." We all went to the living room, but then I left to do something else. My mom told me that it took a couple of chocolates to get her aunt out of the shock. Of course, she now never dared to go even close to the old house. And soon, all of our relatives followed suit. These are the most prominent stories my mom told me. Many other things happened, but they very much more cliche and rather short. But, according to my mom and the friends who were involved, they did happen. And, as if that wasn't enough, you've got some facts. The old house has never been again used as a house. Only businesses have set up shop, but a lot of them have left rather quickly. Nowadays, there's a restaurant bar, although I've heard stories that point to something weird taking place. At 9 p.m, all patrons are asked to leave, even during weekends. That's right. Keep in mind that most businesses of their kind make a lot of their profit during these crucial hours. A friend of the family had this evacuation happen to him, to which he asked why. One of the waiters told him that they all left the building before 10 p.m, because of the terrifying things that occurred after. Apart from that, let's not forget that the house is at least 200 years old or so. A faded plaque at the front says that the building is meant to honour some local cavalry unit of the Independence War. Frankly, I don't know what to think of all this. Maybe I should just let it go, as it really doesn't bother me, and I can't remember anything weird happening to me. Nonetheless, I'm about to start an important chapter in my life, one that may take me away from my hometown and friends for a long time. Wouldn't it be nice if I could look more into this, so as to indulge in a bit of nostalgia and just maybe begin a journey of self-discovery? It is also intriguing to know why it is that all close relatives, meaning mom, my brother, my sister and myself, didn't have anything bad or scary happen directly to us. Is it because of the ritual my mom did regularly? What about the playful boy and the girl that was supposedly buried within one of the walls? Shortly after my son turned 2, but before he could talk well enough to understand, he would run out of his own room, slam the door and wouldn't go back in. He would just point and say gum gum, like an exaggerated swallowing noise. Took us a few months to figure out what it was he was so afraid of, and I made a point not to tell his mother what I thought it was until she came to the same conclusion. We agreed we had a resident spooky boy. My son used to talk about him on a daily basis and wouldn't play in his room or want to sleep in there. We decided to burn sage and smudge the room and the rest of the apartment while he was at daycare. The next day, he started playing in his room. Eventually, I got my son to work up the confidence to say, "Go away," when he saw him or was afraid. He'd always let us know by pointing and saying its name to let us know it was around. During COVID, my estranged father came up from Texas and started staying with us. A few weeks in, he asked me what about my son was talking about when he'd say gum gum, and that he was talking about punching gum gum. I told him that it was my son's imagination, to which he replied, "I don't think he's imagining that, buddy." My son can clearly communicate now, and rarely brings them up anymore. I've pressed him for details, like what does he look like, where he lives, etc. My son says he still lives in the ceiling in his room, but he doesn't come around. And says he's scary, but nice. My dad always said that if he ever died in the apartment, he'd whoop his ass for scaring our son. He contracted COVID and ultimately succumbed to the disease in December. I keep his urn in my son's bedroom, and Gum Gum hasn't been around since. We have a semi-rural house, which is very dark and quiet at night. I lived there for 2 years. I was frequently alone, and I never heard or felt a thing. I moved an hour away for work, and my youngest son moved into the master bedroom. His girlfriend is there most of the time too. So, they started telling me a while back that they were hearing things. Footsteps in the hall, knocking on the wall in the bedroom. I honestly thought they were imagining it, although my son is the epitome of show me proof or it's not real. I had a car accident recently and stayed at the house for a while. Sleeping in the spare room one night, reading a book, and I heard footsteps. Something moving up and down the hall. I've always been one just to get up and check something, but this froze me. I was terrified and absolutely certain that the door was about to open. Just thinking about it makes my heart race. My son's girlfriend is a realtor, so she did some research to see if there's anything about the house, and there's nothing. My ex's brother died in a car accident at 18, and we've all seen flashes of him. But this feel malevolent, or at best, not friendly. One day, I was awake around 1 a.m. and my cousin, who is my aunt's oldest, 7 years old, woke up. She cuddled in the blanket next to me and watched TV with me. I ended up going to the bathroom, so as I got up, she grabbed my arm and practically begged me not to leave. I told her, "Don't worry, I'll be quick." I come back out a minute later and she was hid under the blanket. I took it off her head and she had tears coming down and pointed at the window. We were in the living room, so the window was to our front patio. I went to look and saw nothing, so I laid next to her and we fell asleep, but this story's not over. The next day, my brother and I, along with my cousins, went to see my mom and her boyfriend. We explained the weird stuff, and they gave us sage, I believe it was, and I told them about what happened with my cousin. My mom's boyfriend tried asking her what she saw, and she whispered into his ears, but just started bawling in tears. I was heartbroken. We asked what she said, but apparently she barely started talking when she ended crying. We never brought it up with her, fearing she will cry again. She's 9 now, and I feel like I want to ask her, but she saw if she even remembers. The one thing that made me more sad was she begged me not to leave, but I still went. And she had to see what she saw alone. And scared, luckily, we're all out of that house. I am part of a paranormal team in Northern Ireland called Northwest Paranormal Research. We visit haunted locations all over the island of Ireland. But this one is probably the worst of all. We parked the cars about 500 feet from the actual house. We walked up a bit of the road, then up the lane where, at the time, was all lined with a dense forest. We go inside the run-down old cottage. No power or anything there. We set up our gear. A locked-off camera and a microphone in each of the 3 rooms. We settle down in the center room, where the open fireplace is. I have my laptop running, recording from all the microphones. So we settle down and do some EVPs, 3-minute bursts. In a few, we get what we think are replays, but on amplifying it, sounds like animals around the house. Around 11:30, we're all sitting on our chairs having a break, coffee and sandwiches, when we hear a loud this from the bedroom beside us. We all jump and run in. With all the torches on, we look around to see what we could have made such a noise. But there's nothing of such a weight to do so. So in our heads, we're all thinking, it's all going to kick off now. But it doesn't. Not for another 20 minutes. It gets cold, and I mean Arctic cold. We can see our breath, yet the ambient temperature is 8 degrees Celsius. We hear little ticks, like someone throwing rice or something at us, but we can't see anything. We have 2 night vision cameras, and there's nothing showing up on those either. Then, from the laptop, we can see spikes in the audio, but we can't actually hear anything with our ears. There's definitely something going on, but we can't nail it down. Then Simeth hears somebody calling her name being whispered into her ear. Then I hear mine. But we have no recorded evidence of this, despite having all the tech with us. We pull out a small table and a glass to do divination. And no, this is not like a Ouija board, this is a simpler form of communication. As we have our fingers on the glass, we ask out, is there anyone out there who will or would like to communicate? The glass immediately starts to swing violently about the table. We ask for the glass to stop, but it doesn't. We decide that it's getting a bit too intense, so we pack up and decide to leave. On our way down from the lane, we were just chatting amongst ourselves about the goings on. As we cross the ditch at the bottom, I hear these chilling words roared at me right into my ear. Never return. We haven't been back since. Other people have and experienced bad things, but we will never return. So it's the year 2000. My parents just had my little sister, and we were in need of a house with an extra bedroom. We find a decent house in a good neighbourhood, and the place seems pretty relaxed. The basement was always a weird place for me though. I always felt like there was someone else down there, watching. The first time I actually saw something, I wasn't alone. My sister, 3 friends and myself were in the basement watching Jurassic Park. Our parents were upstairs in the kitchen playing cards. During the movie, the power cut out. Something small and white comes creeping out from beside the couch we're all sitting on. It resembled a crawling baby. I just remember staring at it, trying to figure out what I was seeing. I was terrified. After a moment of pause, it fucking hissed at us. And then boom, lights were back on and we started screaming. We ran upstairs to our parents and explained what just happened. Of course, they didn't believe us. Honestly, I probably wouldn't have either. From that point on, things became more frequent and pronounced. Regular occurrences included creaking stairs at night, having a feeling of dread or panic in the downstairs bathroom. For our guests, seriously, people were freaked out being in there. Feeling something behind you in the basement and kitchen, things being misplaced after using them, hearing loud whispers directly in my ear that would wake me up at night. This is the reason I still sleep with the covers over my ears at age 26. Seeing things moving in peripheral vision, and super cold spots throughout the house. Years of experience, and my parents never believed me about any of them. Fast forward to 2017, and I'm moving in with my boyfriend with the help of our friends. Our friend Ali makes a sudden realization that she's not only been to my parents' house before, but that her best friend's family were the previous owners of the home. Weird coincidence, right? Buckle up, y'all. So, moving day has come and gone. The buds all get together to hang out. Myself, Ali, and another friend are discussing weird childhood experiences when I began talking about the aforementioned baby-like being from the basement. Ali starts tearing up and insists that she needs to text her best friend to clarify something. After getting her reply, she turned to me. Hey, do you happen to remember the last name of the family that lived in your house? Yeah, last name. Now she's actually crying and visibly shaken. Then she told me why. Turns out, the previous family had been expecting another child, and unfortunately, it was stillborn. Hearing that was probably the most surreal moment of my life. When I called my parents to tell them what I found out, and to prove I wasn't crazy all these years, their skeptic selves literally had nothing to say other than, that's definitely weird. So yeah, there's finally some validity to my claims, and I don't really feel good about it. TLDR, my friends and I saw the ghost of a baby in my parents' house, and it turned out that the previous owners had a stillborn while living there. I had a few things happen in the duplex apartment I lived in with my sister, mom, and occasionally my mom's ex-husband when they were off and on when I was little. The first thing that happened, one night I was asleep in bed, but I was having an awful dream. The sky was dark blood red, and there was a lot of lawnmowers sitting around, covered in blood as well. It scared me enough that I woke up, and after a few minutes of trying to decide if I should go in with my mom and sleep, I decided to try and close my eyes again. Before I could close my eyes, I saw two figures float out of my wall. One of them was a little girl with a Victorian maybe style dress and curly blonde hair. The other was a black mask that I could tell was a man, but it had no face. I had a very intense feeling that the little girl did not want to be with the man. I could feel a fear from her almost. As quickly as they appeared, they turned and walked back into the wall. I ended up dragging my sister with me into my mom's room, where she revealed she'd seen something too, but didn't know what it was. We slept with my mom that night. The second experience in that duplex, my sister and I were sitting on the stairs. Right around the corner of the stairs was the little attic type thing that we would always find objects that had gone missing. Keys, silverware, etc. Well, while we were sitting, my sister was a step above me, sitting facing me, and we were talking. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and it gave me such a hard shove that I tumbled down the stairs, and then ended up with both of my eyes being blackened. After the stairs incident, my mom was frightened enough to move out of the duplex. However, I've always felt sensitive to do things ever since. I always feel like I see things, and if I have my back turned in bed, I feel extremely uneasy and scared and have to face outward toward the open door. I've also wondered if something could be the cause of my severe anxiety and depression that developed during my childhood. Edit. I recently had to move my mirror to the other side of the door as well due to getting a very uneasy and anxious feeling with it pointing anywhere near my bed. When I was a child, my mother had to move us out in an abusive household with her boyfriend. Being poor in rural eastern Kentucky, we didn't have many housing options at the time, so she got some assistance to have us a house built on my family's property through the government. This was a fully new place, so it was hardly one that you would assume would be haunted, like with a history. But after it was built and we finally moved in, very unexplainable things began to happen to us while we were there. The first thing that ever happened to me was the attic door being ripped open and slamming shut while I was home alone. My mother and my older sister were taking my younger brother to the doctor, and as my uncle lived next door to us, she let me stay home by myself. The strange thing about it is that it wasn't a normal door. If it were, I would just assume it was a draft of wind or something. The opening to our attic was a cutout in the ceiling though, and the door was a thick, whole piece of plywood, one that I could barely lift up myself when I went up there. This thing lifted from the side, like it did when we went upstairs, and then slammed shut, followed by loud, thumping footsteps on our stairs. As soon as it lifted, I looked up at it. I could see straight up into the attic and never saw anyone or anything come down those steps, not even a shadow. The footsteps stopped at the last step, and then everything went silent, leaving me terrified and wondering what the hell just happened. Second experience was seen by the whole family. I have to explain here that at the time I was 10, my sister 14, and my little brother 6, and we were all below 5'5". My mother is only 5'1", so this would have been impossible for any of us to do. Our back door was in our kitchen, and it stood at a height of 6'5", as most standard doors do. The weird thing is, after 6 months of living there, we began to notice a handprint well above the door frame, like someone had slapped it as they walked through. Seeing as none of us could reach it, even standing in a chair, my uncle came to investigate it, telling my mother that it was car grease and the oil that the print was made of. There was no man in our house at the time. My mother was divorced, and my father was currently going through cancer treatments that only came to the house 3 times before he died. No one visited that was tall enough to reach that area, and most of the men in my family are 5'7" and under. The last experience I'll tell you about happened when our house unfortunately burned down. As I said before, we were poor, and the only heat we had was a kerosene heater, and one that sadly was in a bad shape. Needless to say, the heater caught fire one evening, catching the rest of the house up quickly. My mother had enough time to grab the 3 of us and get out of the house, closing the back door behind her as she went. Our steps at that door were not connected to the house, so when someone walked down them, they would move away and slam back into the house when you stepped off. Once we were in the yard though, the back door slammed open and then slammed shut once more, and the steps moved forward as if someone was on them, and then slammed back against the wall. We never saw anyone leave that house. That door opened to an empty, ablaze room and slammed shut again. Those steps moved, but there wasn't anyone on them. And to this day, I still have no idea what the fuck was actually going on in that house. There are way more incidents, but I feel as if these 3 tell the most about the situation. I can't logically figure out what was going on. I've tried over the years. Tried to come up with logical explanations for all the stuff that went on, but I've never been able to. I'm pretty sure I welcomed a spirit into my home when I was 7 years old. My house is close to 30 years old. It's my childhood home, and my parents have been the only owners. They watched our house be built. Since I was 7, we've had various paranormal activity, and my mom, dad, and I are all believers. We always have been. Growing up, the type of activity my family and I experience has been objects quite literally moving in front of us, voices talking, whispers, lights being manipulated, multiple lights in our home being turned on and off at once, the spirit kicking the back of my mom's recliner while she slept, seeing shadowy figures and other apparitions, relentless and harsh footsteps stomping upstairs in my parents' room that can be heard from the family room downstairs, music boxes being manipulated to play music, the ones you have to manually turn yourself to play, a spirit twisting and turning the doorknob to my room back and forth in the middle of the night. My room was locked, thank God, and other weird but smaller occurrences. Long story short, the most common activity out of the list was the footsteps and stomping upstairs. It used to occur so frequently that my mom and I became immune and desensitized to it. I'm talking like it happened almost every day for years. My mom and I experienced it the most because she was a stay-at-home mom and my dad worked a lot. When I was around 12 years old, the activity just seemed to stop completely. None of us experienced anything for the next 10 years. About 4 months ago, when I was home alone, I was downstairs having breakfast and some coffee. The TV was off and the only noise in the house was my phone because I was on TikTok. I began hearing noises. I paused my phone and the all too familiar footsteps and stomping was happening upstairs in my parents' room for the first time in 10 years. It went on for about 20 minutes. The next week when I was home alone, TV off, having breakfast, the exact same scenario. The footsteps and stomping happened again. However, I haven't experienced anything in the last 3.5 months. I did tell my mom about all of this, but she hasn't been experiencing anything. This last weekend, I was gone at my boyfriend's house. I come home this morning, and my mom tells me that her and my father had been hearing the footsteps and stomping in their room for the past 2 nights. My mom said that Saturday night, at around 10:30 when she was in bed, she heard a loud crash that seemed like it came from my side of the house. My dogs went off and started barking, but my mom did not want to get up and investigate. Sunday, my mum opened the door to my room to finally see what had caused the noise from the previous night. Basically, I have a tall bookshelf across from the door to my room. On the top shelf, I have a cute filer for my important paperwork sitting on the back of the shelf, and then 4 Lennox Kate Spade wine glasses that I collect, which are on display. They are wrapped up in the boxes they come in. Lastly, I have 2 festive hats that I wore recently during the 4th of July weekend that I had set up on top of my filer, for lack of a permanent spot for them yet. Continuing, when my mom opened the door was immediately pushing my hats, which had somehow flown across the room and landed on the ground. Then she saw that all 4 of my wine glasses in their boxes were on the ground. Luckily, only one had broken from the impact. This is a new experience. I'm curious to know why the spirit has essentially targeted my belongings. The spirit had flung my hat across the room and swiped my wine glasses off the shelf. We lived in a farmhouse built in the early 1800s. The place was filled with odd energy. Any family or friends that came over noticed this as well. This place was beyond paranormal. One time my mother was holding me as a baby, home alone. Lightning struck our house, and my mother told me it was like her memory erased for an hour. She didn't know who she was. She didn't know who I was. She regained her memory shortly after, but for some reason remembers this encounter. We don't know to this day if it's affiliated with anything paranormal, but I thought I'd share it with you to get a glimpse of the bizarreness of the household. As we began moving away, family complications, it's like the energy switched from friendly to more conniving. We felt targeted, and my stepdad started coming over. I was around 10 at the time, and my mom and him would often sleep overnight on the couch. My stepdad would wake up in the middle of the night and sit upright on the couch. I'm not sure what drove him to waking up, but he remembers leaning his head down on his palm while he was sitting, and he remembers my mother talking to him. He didn't look to his side, but he remembers her voice and even his scratching his back. But he looked over to discover my mother had still been sleeping. I'm not sure if he was just tired and hallucinating, but from past experiences, this doesn't surprise me. This wasn't only happening to my mother, this even happened to me. I remember playing in the backyard with some Nerf guns with my brother. Our porch was visible from the side, and I had a strange feeling about the porch. I was used to these feelings, so I looked up to the porch to see myself, but it was completely black, so it stood out and was noticeable as it was day out. I know that thing was me. It had my body type and everything. I know the human brain likes to create fake memories. Maybe these are fake, but I have my family to back me up on these stories, which makes me feel less insane.